Hello, hello, everybody. Oh no, why ist the vacuum cleaner hier? Zack, können wir den Staubsauger vielleicht wegräumen oder willst du mit dem noch was machen? Weil der macht meinen Stream-Hintergrund scheiß. Ich soll den wegräumen. Ja, klar. I'm gonna put the vacuum away because it looks ugly and I don't like it. Hmm? All right. All right. So, mm, hello. Welcome everybody to the stream. I just realized how how normal it has already felt that somebody was here when I started stream and how oh well then anyways. Nice, amazing. Thank you. For Retonian. It's amazing that you're here because I was about to say like I'm literally like I don't even know how it works anymore to like I'm like out of practice of like talking to nobody. So I'm glad you're here. Especially glad. But how are you doing? I myself, well, it's been a rough couple of days. I don't know if you like if you heard, I think you probably might have. But recently, like I don't know, like 2 weeks ago or something, I opened like an Etsy store for my like D&D character sheets and Cosmic character sheets and stuff like this. Well, um, thing is, my Etsy store just on Friday, I think, on Saturday. No, on Sunday. On Sunday, I got the information. Got suspended and now permanently banned. Because I use the credit card of my husband on my personal account, which is connected to my Etsy shop. So they did not only ban my personal account, but also my Etsy shop connected to it. And with Etsy, I didn't know it was like this. Would have been useful information to know. But yeah, they're like really bad with appeals. So like I appealed and the only people I'm talking to are AI bots. Like there's no actual person checking what you what you did really or like if it's good now or whatever. And their bans are lifetime connected to your ID. I as a person If that ban like stays intact, which it probably will, I as a person will never in my life be able to open a Etsy shop again or even buy anything from Etsy because I used my husband's credit card with him knowing. Like there was nothing like illegal there. Like he knew, he was like, yeah, okay, like use it, we get like cash back from it. It's like better. Um like payment got through, everything. But because it was a different name than my account, it got flagged as fraudulent activity. And even though in my appeal I stated that like he's my husband, like I had his consent and all of that. Yeah, my account and my shop are now permanently banned, and I don't even know if I get the funds I made so far. Um, but yeah, that's that happened, and I still seriously can't believe it's real because I'm like you like, are you serious that I can never in my life open a shop again? You know, like, you can kill somebody and you get another shot at, like, taking part in society. But on Etsy, you use the credit card of your husband with consent of him, got flagged by an AI system, and now you're banned for life. Cool. That sounds entirely fair. Um, But the thing is, I don't even like entirely know if it's because of that. Like, it might be because of something else, but like that's the only thing I can explain myself why it would like flag as fraud. Also, it happened like right after. Like that was the last action I took on Etsy, so probably because of that. Like, pretty sure, but yeah, like that's crazy to me. But I since then I've been on Reddit and sort of like looking up what I can do and stuff like this, like if it happened to anybody else. And I've seen people literally had a shop for years which were like 2% top seller, making like 80K a year. And they just got their shop banned like this and couldn't do anything about it. And also had no chance with appealing or whatever. So that's honestly to me an insane system. Like with every other system, when you get like flagged by any type of like bot system, because this is like happens a lot, right? But like any other like social media platform or anything, you have like an actual chance of appealing and just being like, oh, I don't know, okay, that was the problem, like I'm gonna fix it, never gonna do it again, whatever. Because like for most people, it's not really something like they wanted to do or like they knew what that it was wrong in the first place. So like for most people, it honestly like it's enough to sort of like give them the information like don't do that again, and then they won't. Because not everybody's a criminal, right? But yeah, apparently that's not how it works there, and I'm really sad about it because it's honestly like they sort of have like a monopole on like the digital like selling digital assets market online. So there's honestly nothing really like there's no alternative I can go to now. So my business is essentially like done with that. Like it's killed. So that's pretty shit. Because I really like I don't know, I was really enjoying it. Really felt like that could be something really cool next to stream. Um but yeah, I bots decided no. So it makes sense that it got picked up. Yeah, in a way it does, but on the other hand, I never had this issue on any other platform because usually with credit card fraud, the people tracking and enforcing that are the credit card companies, not the sellers, or like not the buying platforms. Like they don't do shit about that usually. So it's a very sensitive thing still. But yeah. But yeah, like it would, like nothing would be a problem about that, right? Like if the appeal system would be all right. But so I sort of like now I just like talk to ChatGPT and I let ChatGPT like give me sort of like a letter with like some laws in it, sort of to sound more official. And I sent them an email with that, and I hope that with that a person will actually look at my account and see that it's like nothing big, you know. But yeah. I see. Okay. The funny thing is, though, right? Like, I feel like if you don't want to be bothered by somebody using a credit card of somebody else, and you don't care if it's like if it's in a fraud way or not, because usually you just have like a two-factor authentication, right? And then like if a person has that and the credit card info, then like you're good. But if you don't even care about that part, like you don't care if it's like legal or illegal use, but you really just don't want to deal with that, why do you let me type in a credit card which has a different name? Like, if it gives me a ban like 100% of the time because it doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal, you should block me from putting in a different name because otherwise you essentially bait me to get banned. Because I can't possibly know that if I'm doing it like in like with his consent that it's illegal, right? And that they have like an issue with that. Um because it's like, yeah, because it's like not illegal, like he consented to it, so it's like entirely fine, right? So if they just don't like that and want to exclude that from their practice, they should just yeah, it would be way more, like it would be just be way smarter to just not let the person type in a different name, because then you don't even get there, right? Like now they had to actually go through the effort because the payment was through already. Now they actually had to go through the effort to restore the payment, cancel the buy and everything, right? So they essentially made themselves more work because of nothing, and banned my account because of nothing. So it's just not really good business practice, I feel like. It's really intransparent. Um, but yeah. It's just really sad to me because because of my shop actually I got into Etsy. Like only because of my shop I actually was like, oh damn, like let me actually like buy something from the website finally. Like I've seen like so many stuff but I like didn't really trust it. And but now that I have made an account there, like they seem sort of trustworthy and like let me buy something. And now it's just I can never buy anything from Etsy ever again because I, as a person, am banned from Etsy because I use the credit card of my husband. Like, that's crazy to me. You know, like, it's not even like they ban me for a year, where it's like, it would be fine. Like, everybody who would be interested to, like, do fraud, make a quick buck, you know, like, they wouldn't wait a year. Like, they would find other ways to make a quick buck. And if it's like an AI system which is like going through the accounts, like it doesn't really matter, right? Um, what is Etsy? It's a platform where you can sell, like it's usually uh just, yeah, it's selling like self-made things in in essence. like things people craft or like digital art like emotes and stuff like this. It's a really big shop for this. Also like handmade mugs and or dice, for example, as well. It's essentially the platform to buy from small creators, from small shops, but being able to like search through all of the different items available. So it's a really great idea, but yeah. And I don't understand how drastic the system is while it's like it doesn't seem balanced. Like you can't have a flagging system which is so sensitive and doesn't even care if it's like illegal or legal what the person is doing. And then have the ban be connected to your ID, your IP, your Wi-Fi network, everything, and ban somebody for life. Like that's crazy. They ban you forever? Yeah, like seriously forever. And I also like I can't appeal it again or anything. Yeah, they just banned me forever. Never even talked to a person so far. I did send them a letter, like an email with like talking about the law, and like they essentially like have to tell me which data they have on me and what apparently the fraudulent activity is. I did. Um, and I hope that like throwing in like some laws is gonna give me to like is gonna make my case be seen by a human. But yo, like I don't think this is gonna do something. Like people on the internet also don't think this is gonna do something. Apparently, if you got suspended by Etsy once, and it's something which an AI can't see if you fixed it or not. Because it's something about, for example, like you used the credit card of your husband and you're like, I was legally allowed to do that. This is not something like an AI can check. It's something like a human needs to sort of determine. Um, you're just banned for life. In their policy, they essentially state that they have that they can do whatever, and that like you're yeah, they don't state like clearly what the rules are. So yeah, they don't even state clearly like what I was banned for. They say fraudulent activity, and it happened right after I bought an item. Like it doesn't even have to do anything with my shop actually. Like it happened after I bought an item with the credit card of my husband on my personal account. But because of my personal account being connected to my shop, yeah, everything is gone. Do you agree with this? Dyslexia, dysgraphia, and for that matter, all manner of points on the autistic spectrum are nature's evolution tendrils reaching up towards something superior to Homo sapiens. Sapiens and some tendrils reach nowhere. Uh, ooh, okay. So the way this is phrased, I don't really appreciate. Um, because it's phrased in a way that nature's evolution tendrils, like that it would be an active choice. Even when you then like state like some things like trying to be better, but some things just go nowhere. So it's not implying like inherent superiority, which is important. Um, but even so, just phrasing it as an active process of reaching towards better is yeah, just not really my point of view. So I don't really agree with that because I feel like from what I know, evolution is rolling dice. And yeah, some things are better, some things are not better. Some things are the same shit but different day. So it's really just we're rolling the dice on every human, and sometimes something is better, but then it's also not better, but in our current time, it's not even that, right? Like if it's only one person, it's really just luck, essentially, if that person like dies early or has like a lot of kids. So it's like rolling like, I don't know, like 100,000 dice and then seeing if like by chance you have a lot of sevens or something, you know? Every change of a species started with one mutation on one individual. Yeah, well, yeah. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it didn't need to be the first individual with that mutation. Like you could have, we don't know if we had multiple individuals with that mutation before, but they all just fucking eat shit. And we didn't know. Because like I don't know, like having, for example, like I don't know what was first, but like having light skin or dark skin doesn't keep you from like dying to a car crash, right? Like this is essentially what I mean. Like it needs to happen so often that you have at least one individual who actually has the possibility to carry that evolution forward without dying to cancer very early, without being killed, without dying to an accident, without I don't know, not being allowed to mate, for example. You know? So it's really we need that one mutation, and it starts with one mutation, but it starts with the one mutation which also didn't die to random factors. Because yeah. Like we can still fucking die to a car crash. Like we could have like the most genius fucking kid, which would like it's like the would be like the AI overlord in human form. But then they just have a birth defect and die, which is like unrelated to their geniosity. So yeah, that mutation has to happen enough that it actually is carried forward. Pyro. Let me come back to Ali's questions. And hi, Ali. Welcome, welcome. Is this stated in a policy whatsoever? Yeah. So it's just in their policies actually sort of like low-key, like, yeah, don't do anything fraud related. Where it's like, I didn't. You don't care though. Like, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, anyway, like this is not a thing where like this is the same for like usually like any type of company, right? Like in their policies, like especially if you sell something, you usually like try to leave as much gray space as possible so you can essentially like police your business in a way you want to, even if that's slightly changing. So essentially they also have in their policy, we can always change policy. So it doesn't really matter what is in the policy, but you really just need to comply to whatever they feel like. And this is not something which is like essentially like negative, right? But what is negative that the consequences here are not really balanced. Like the way you determine if someone deserves to be banned to the consequences a ban has are, to me, seem really out of touch with each other. Because yeah, like you're telling me I'm like banned for life now from even like I can't even buy shit on Etsy anymore. Like you're telling me I'm banned for life now because I used the credit card of my husband. The payment worked, everything worked entirely perfect. But they decided, oh, we're not sure about this. And then suspended my account because of this. Like, just a way better solution for this would have been to not let me be able to put a different name in the credit card field. Because you can do that. Like, you can just be like, no, like, you can only type your own name in there. Like, you can autofill this field, even. And just be like, you can only type the name in there or have the name in there, which applies to your account. Because we don't want to be bothered with any form, like any questions about legality or fraud in that. And that's fair, you know, that's entirely fair. And then I have to like get my own credit card, and it's like, it's fair. No problem. But yeah, don't behave like I can do that, but then don't check for the legality, but just ban me anyways. So, but yeah, like there's so many stories I've read now of literally people having like the top 2% shop and being banned for life, that I'm like, damn. Like Etsy is, I didn't know that. Like I really, like the portrait they had seemed so much better. Like the portrait, they sort of like how they portray themselves online, like, oh yeah, like thank you for buying for a small shop and you're supporting like small businesses and whatever. And like everybody has a chance, everybody could like start their own business and get rich, like sort of like this capitalistic, like really fair marketplace where like everybody has a chance. And then you now like sort of, now that it happened to me, like read all these like Reddit stories of people with their like, I don't know, engraving store where they had it for years, were making like 80K already and stuff like this. And then it was just banned and they never got a proper chance to appeal to a person, but only had these AI bots answering them. Like that's something where I feel like, I don't know, that's rude. I don't know. I don't think that's nice. It's like you can do that, you know? Like it's not illegal. Like they're a private business. They can do fucking whatever. But it's just, it's not how I would sort of like, I don't know, that's not how I would handle my community and moderate my community. Because I don't think it would shape a really nice community. And that's actually also sadly what you see on these Reddit threads, because when then some people are like sort of like, oh, why was my shop banned and stuff like this, and sort of like explain their frustration about this, ask for help, there's like really many people in the comments who are literally just hating on them and being like, oh well, you didn't make like every last screw yourself and that's why you're like not allowed, that's why you were banned, and like you deserve to be banned. And like it's a really elitist way they react to people being frustrated about being banned, where it's like, I get it that people are frustrated about like drop shippers essentially like selling on Etsy, like I understand. At the same time, though, it's a thing where I'm like, everybody deserves to learn and everybody deserves a second chance. And if we don't leave people a second chance and then we also ban willy-nilly, ooh, well, that's not really a safe space to learn. Especially when you portray yourself like, oh, this is for small businesses, because like I'm not a lawyer, I'm a small business, I'm a one-person army. Like it's not like I know the like most perfect business strats. Like you essentially, you deal with amateurs, but then you judge them harder than any like big business does. Like that's just a combination of like, you haven't really thought this through, did you? But yeah. The issue with human evolution is we have removed the natural selection filter from the equation now for technology and healthcare. So we are promoting all mutations, not just the advantageous ones. What is advantageous for us is another question. Yeah, like I do feel like that's definitely something we do need to consider. Like just because we have no natural selection filter anymore in terms of like nobody needs to fight for their food anymore. We do need to fight for our food in different senses, right? So it's more like we still have a natural selection filter, but the natural selection filter is more based on racism, discrimination, and capitalistic mindset, which is not a thing we feel like is advantageous. So I feel like that's why we say like, oh yeah, we removed it. But yeah, like we didn't remove it. We just moved it to a way where people who are like really good at selling bullshit for a lot of money have uh yeah are have the advantage. I feel like. It has its good use as mutation, where you would give a sickness to your child, won't do anything unless it's an involved cell. Yeah. The mission states is keep commerce human, but you can't even speak to a human. Yeah. That's honestly like, that's. I never thought I would be in that situation. And this is something where, like, I don't know, like, Etsy elitists will come for me with that statement if they were to hear it. But it's just really something where, like, what type of community like are we shaping if we judge so harsh and don't allow for like for appeals, you know, like they literally like they ask you in an email, how did you like, how was the appeal, how was the experience to appeal, how easy was it to appeal? And it's like, it's easy to appeal, but nobody fucking cares. Like, nothing happens to my appeal. It's sort of like you have a really nice sort of box where you can put your appeal in. It's like nice to access. It has a big sign above it saying, oh, it's appeals here. But then below the box is a trash bin. It's like, it's easy to put an appeal in, but it doesn't really go anywhere. So it's like, it's really like, it's a very interesting way to phrase the question or like get feedback on how your appeal is. Because the funny thing is also, I only got that question after I like started the appeal, not after the outcome of my appeal. So it's really like I don't know, like I feel like they really want to dodge this judgment of the appeal system being trash by having these like feedback of people who appealed being like good, because it's like, it's, yeah, it's fairly easy to appeal. You just get denied like 99% of the times. So it's, I don't know. It's a business practice I didn't expect from a business this big. Let's just keep it that way. Like, honestly, like, people are already upset about, like, Twitch and how they handle Twitch partners, and there's a lot of controversy about them, I don't know, like, sort of, like, abusing their power and stuff like this, also with bans and shit. I feel like Etsy is worse. So, I don't know. But, yeah, like, this is, like, still, again, like, Etsy is, like, it has a really, like, the idea of the platform is really amazing, I think. And I understand that the need for moderation on their platform is high. And I understand that if you're understaffed, even though you wouldn't really need to be because you're making a lot of money. But if even if you're like, if you're understaffed, I get that you use like AI bots and a flag system to sort of sort through these. It's just a thing where I'm like, there needs to be a possibility for more complicated cases to be figured out. Um, and it doesn't seem like there is. And at the same time, it wouldn't need to be if they would like, honestly, it would already be punishment enough if they would just like delete my shop, delete my account and delete my shop. And then I need to make everything new. I need to wait for them to accept my ID and approve it. And I need to upload all of my items again and all of that. Like that would already be punishment enough. Because if you are a shop which is like selling like a lot, you have a lot of work with that, right? And you could even just ban me for like half a year or something. That's like for most people, that's already like really like tough of a deal. But for most scammers, it's definitely a thing where like they moved on at this point. Like they're not gonna wait half a year to like try again and probably get banned. Like it's a feedback where they then notice like, oh, okay, like the system is flagging me and then like this account is like useless and it's banned. And they won't like wait half a year probably like to come back to this. And like if their system is so sensitive, right, then you can just like ban them like the entire time again, like every half year after half year. But the thing is, then you at least have the normal humans who then like learn from this and probably won't be banned again after that half year. But yeah, just like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. It's like there's a lot of way the system can work, but you can't, like the combination of a really sensitive, unreliable, inconsiderate AI driven flag system in suspension and banning, combined with bans which are for life connected to your ID, not only to your email, but to your ID, is a thing where that's a tough combination. Like like that's gonna leave, like that's gonna have people like fall through the cracks a lot. It's just an inefficient situation. Yeah. Hi Fluffy, welcome. 15 streams now. Let's go. How are you doing, Fluffy? Yeah. So that's weighing on me. Because I'm like, I really like, I put so much effort into this. And I really enjoyed it. And I thought, like, I was really feeling it as, like, this could be my thing. So I'm just really sad. And really frustrated because I, like, seriously, like, I couldn't have known. And I also didn't do anything wrong. Like, I didn't do anything illegal. Like, if the payment wouldn't have gotten through or something, I understand more, you know? But, yeah. So, Fluffy, how are you? And by the way, what I still wanted to say, I'm glad that you had a good day, Torvatonian. Like, even if the company picture was like, apart from that, I'm glad you have a good day. And how was your week rough? Like, I've been going on about this Etsy thing for like 45 minutes now. Like, we can move on. I'm also like, I'm just gonna be pissed off about this a while longer still. Like, I'm just so sad. it's I had all of these things already, right? And I made like sales, and I was feeling like, oh, I'm gonna put like all my old emos I made myself there and everything, and my like self-animated wallpapers and all of that, and like stream backgrounds and and then I even thought about like putting my like jellyfish up there and selling it, and like some other stuff I just crochet. And I was like, I don't know, because like Zach is right now like working like 40 hours a week. And I just thought like, maybe with this and like selling like creative stuff like this is entirely like my thing, my niche, just being able to sell whatever I make, what I get into. Um and not having to deal with like branding really, because I hate branding. Like, oh my god, like marketing and branding is the worst thing possible. Like, I just hate it so much. It just feels like I don't know, I just don't like to have to tell people like how good my stuff is, because I'm like, it depends, right? It really depends on like what you look for, if it's good or not. Like, it might be shit for your use case, I don't know, like it's a thing you need to decide. um but yeah, I was feeling it so much, and I really hope that I could maybe like make enough so he can like go down to like 30 like 2 hours a week. Um or like, I don't know, like even more, but like yeah, that was sort of my goal. And now with it, like, because I'm still able to sell those things, right? But I'm just able to sell them on my shop, and like my shop is not gonna show up in Google or anywhere, so it's like not really a thing where I'm gonna make like sales through people like searching through like searching for something like this and then buying it. Yeah. My sleep is shit, and I have to learn for an exam, so it's okay. My sleep is also shit, by the way, since 2 days. Like, before that, it's been fine, but the last 2 days, it's like I'm dreaming so many things at once. I'm waking up the entire time. I have like a really light sleep. Sometimes it feels like sleep paralysis, but as a dream, where I'm like, can we like stop? Like, it's enough. It's enough. Like, we can chill. I don't need that. It's fine. So, how is your sleep shit? Is it just like you just can't sleep, or is it also like this really restless situation? Uh, it's really it's like sleep paralysis is already like not worse enough. Like, no, if you don't have it, you need to dream about it. Thank you. I dream so rarely, but now I have problems with my sleep since forever. Well, yeah. I've actually my sleep has really gotten better since I half an hour before going to sleep, I just do like a few like exercises for like neck stretching and like back stretching. Just like, I guess like you can call it a little bit of yoga. It's not really yoga because it's not like a flow or anything. But if you don't have like a very specific issue, you could just do yoga instead. And like I turn off like any screens. I like stop the series I was watching. I just like brush my teeth, do these exercises, and get my warming bottle and everything. and then I just like put my warming bottle in my neck for like 10 minutes or something. Mm. And I just like still talk to Zach a little bit and sort of like, I don't know, just have the time to like calm down a bit more. And then I go to bed and then I actually fall asleep pretty quick. Which is a new thing to me because that usually like I don't know, like usually it's quite hard for me to like really fall asleep easy and like fast. But yeah, like except the last 2 days, that worked great. But at the same time, I do have to say, the last like I don't know, a couple like since the weekend, I've been really bad with my routine because of this like whole like Etsy stuff and all of that. It's been really weighing on me because I don't know, like it's really like not like I'm one of those people. I'm like really like I come from a situation where like mistakes have like never like been allowed and like always been like tough, right? And there's always been this thing of um making any type of mistakes like so bad it will influence your entire life and you can never make mistakes. You need to be like super perfectionistic, exact, whatever. And thankfully with therapy I've been able to like overcome it, but now with the Etsy thing, like that's really bringing it back for me because I just feel like a little child again. Like I'm so shocked by how there's like no chance to do anything about this. I didn't know, and like I didn't want to ruin this for me. And it feels like I don't know, like such grave punishment for like just making a mistake which could have happened to anybody. And it's like I don't know, I really feel like honestly like I don't know like our like government system like is less scary than freaking Etsy bans, bro. Like I could actually do fraud in our system and I could have a business again, but not on Etsy. Like like on Etsy, like you can't. No. You can't even not do fraud, but when like could look like fraud. But in like our normal society, like I could actually scam people, and then just like takes a few years, but then I can like open a business again, and like everything is fine. It's probably not even taking a few years. It probably can like open a business again right away or something. But yeah, it's that's really scary to me. I don't know. And it's really scary how I don't know, like the entire community. Like when I was reading through these Reddit posts, it's like the entire community is like, "Oh, you must have done something wrong," like to these people, which are just like so I don't know, just going through the same thing I am. And I understand where they're coming from, right? Because like if somebody's like, "Oh, I was like banned on Twitch," I and like even the appeal was like no, when you're like banned permanently, I would believe they did something wrong. Like I would be like, okay, but you're like saying this is like unreasonable. Like, are you sure, you know? Because like I don't know anybody who's got like unreasonably like permanently banned from Twitch. So we're like really used to bigger companies to have like a really good system with that. And not maybe not like the best system, but like a sort of reliable system. And I don't know, like now being in that situation, it just feels like something where, like, oh, I shouldn't talk about it because people will judge me like I actually scammed or tried to scam somebody. And I'm just like, I just used the credit card of my husband. Like, how the fuck would I know, bro? Like, I'm like, man, like I at the beginning I actually wanted to like pay myself, and then we just said like, oh no, like let's use the credit card, we get like 2% cash back or something. And then we used the credit card instead, and we're here sort of like typing in the details and stuff. And now everything is banned because of that. Like, wow, bro, like that's harsh. I don't know. Lucid dreams. Oh. What is lucid dreaming, by the way? I mean, is it just like really like dreaming sort of like a lot in a lot of color or stuff, or how does it really look like? Hi, Evan. Welcome, welcome. I'm not entirely sure, maybe. But yeah. Ah, yeah. Ooh, Naradim, you too. Let's go. Fluffy also reached a 15 stream streak today. Oh, damn. Okay, well, that's pretty cool then. No, already so late, right? When do you start to go to work, Irfan, if you always like come home so late? Essentially, Ali. Exactly this. Zach sometimes actually, like, you can build the skill, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew, but you can, like, it's a skill you can train. Like, you can train to lucid dream. Like, Zach literally trained it. And now, like it doesn't happen like every night or whatever, but now he's able to do it sometimes. And hi, Ziggy Betters. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Because tomorrow I got early morning shift at 4:30. Today it was 10 to 6. Ah, I see. Ooh. Very irregular, no? Like, how is it? Like, is that fine or is it like affecting you and your body? How exhausting is it? Because, like, for some people, like, sleep schedules are like really like they don't even care. But my friend got pregnant the other day. It's so early they can't tell anyone, but I just want to scream it out. To me, this seriously just sounds like my friend had sex the other day and they didn't use protection. So, like, they did the test, right? And the test is like positive, but it's still a phase where it uh it's like easy to like lose your child and stuff like this, or like it being like a false positive, right? Like the first 3 months or something. Or how does it work with that? By the way, like, why can you not tell people like that? That's a like. Can you explain your perception about this? Because I noticed that from like other like parents as well, and I just don't understand. I'm doing fine, I guess. Everything is kind of like before. Aw. I go to the gym really late, so I kind of fuck my sleep schedule, and I get up at 10 a.m. earliest. Oh. Well, I mean, that's like any type of sleep schedule. Like a sleep schedule only means a repetitive schedule when you go to sleep and when you wake up. It doesn't need to be at like in like really early. It just needs to be at the same time every day. So it can be like a normal sleep schedule to wake up at 10 a.m. En hi Asta Lauren. Goedemorgen. Hope I'm okay today. Oh my god, we already like talk an hour about like how I'm really sad actually. Um, yeah, my Etsy account got suspended and banned because I paid with the credit card of my husband, and now they think I'm a fraud, and I only talk to AI bots, and the AI bots decided um my appeal isn't enough. Yeah. Yeah, I trained long for it. I just overdone it, and now I don't dream anymore, and my sleep is rough. Wait, that's a thing? Like you can overdo it, and then you don't dream anymore? Dream anymore? Is that how it works? She's taken like 4 tests, and they are all positive, but I think you should wait until week 12 to be more sure. Probably to not have to deal with telling everyone you lost it later. I can imagine it's very exhausting. Hi, Uguna Badger. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Yeah. Well, is it less exhausting to not be able to tell people? Because then you also like, I don't know, like is it not just like an exhausting situation where you would actually like to be able to tell people and get support with it? I never dream, I only have nightmare. That sucks. I'm sorry for you. I usually also don't dream. Back then I also only ever, like when I was dreaming, I only had nightmares. Now I started, I guess, dreaming again, but I just usually don't really remember. I did play a board game with some friends yesterday, and they all started drinking at some point, and I kept saying that I can't drink because I uh, need to go to a gym, and then I went to a gym at 12 a.m. after leaving the friend's house, and I'm really proud of that. Nice, because I didn't drink while being kind of jealous of other people being kind of drunk. I mean, I can't relate to being jealous of other people being drunk, but I'm really proud that you did what you wanted to and you pulled through because that takes determination. And I'm glad that you did. And I hope your friends at least like didn't try to make you drink, but supported you in your endeavor. Last few days I've been in bed at 10 and don't wake up till 11. Oh, that's a lot of sleep. Depression is draining my energy. Yeah. Yeah, depression really sucks in that way. I'm sorry for you, love. Is there like any friend who can like help you or something? Or I don't know. Like sometimes like with depression we sort of know that um one of the biggest missing factors is not only energy but also initiative to do anything. Um it's also initiative to actually do activities which like give you energy. Um So with depression, it can like sometimes really help if we ask friends or family or like people around us for help to start things. Because we can actually like even if we can't like initiate those things which give us energy, if they start it and they help us like actually do those things which give us energy, it can help us actually to sort of like get out of depression. Things are going step by step forward. Oh, I'm glad, Ukuna. That sounds amazing. I'm so glad that everything worked out and that your program is on a good way. So far, at least. They tried to talk me into taking a rest day, but only like a bit. Well, I'm glad that they accepted your boundaries at least after a bit. But like, do tell them if you want them to take that more serious. Sometimes I have dreams so beautiful that when you wake up, you just zone out for 10 minutes and wonder why. No, I don't. But I'm glad that you do. But no. I haven't had that experience. My dreams are usually shit or confusing. Like that's honestly like my dreams are really I I don't want to say never good, but I don't remember any being good. My dreams are either really exhausting and stressful, where I'm like being chased, I need to survive anything, or I feel like my very essence is fading. Or my dreams are super confusing and the most random shit ever. Yeah. I have no idea actually. I'm just so excited I had to say it somewhere. I'm not getting children myself, but my ovaries want a child, so I hope this might fulfill that hormonal thing. I mean, you got 2 cats. Just baby them a little bit more. Oh. Or your friends, I don't know. Like when she's pregnant, like she deserves babying. Being coddled and getting all the positive attention. Because I mean, I don't know, like being pregnant is really, really fucking exhausting. Does a lot to your body. Like the side effects of pregnancy, oh my god, they're crazy, guys. They're crazy. Like seriously. I was so there was like some influencer who's like for sort of like talking about stuff openly and stuff like this. Um, Essentially, so she had like IVF journey, blah blah blah, got a child, was pregnant, and she was talking about her symptoms openly with pregnancy and how she like lost her hair and her body is like behaving weird and it's like after pregnancy you're like it's easier to like pee yourself and stuff like this. So it's really a thing where I'm like, ah, okay, that seems okay, cool. Nope, won't be doing that. Doesn't seem recommendable. I have friends helping with the dog, or at least in the morning they walk her. Oh, that's really amazing. Like maybe they can sort of, maybe you can somehow make it enticing to go with them, or like give them options how to make it enticing for you to go with them. I wake often with the dog licking my face because I had a nightmare or night terrors. I'm glad that you have your dog who's sort of like noticing that, I guess, and trying to calm you down. That's really cute. Hmm. So, if this could be a thing. This is not always a thing, okay? But if we have a really regular sleep cycle and sleep schedule, the sleep phases we are in are also really similar. If you notice that you're waking up at the same time with nightmare or night terrors, you could actually like put like an alarm of like just a bit earlier to wake up before that phase comes. Like that can work. I'm not saying it will, okay? Like this is highly individual and only like if it's really regular, but like this is a strategy which has worked for some people. It's better than have the cops at your door at 4 a.m. because the neighbors called 911. Okay, why? Were you like sort of like making noise while having the nightmares, or how? What? There are dark corners in the mind, kind of strange to wander around. And I learned in my dreams and wanted to know the maximum, so I woke up without energy and it killed my routine in 2 weeks. The dreams are horrible and chaotic in this time, and I lost more and more control. Feels like another entity is missing. Okay. That seems crazy. I absolutely believe you. Like, so being crazy doesn't mean like I don't believe you, right? It still sounds crazy. Like, sounds okay. Nightmare. You know what I mean? Do you understand how I mean it, Fluffy? Like, don't see this as me not believing you, okay? It's just like, what the fuck? Okay, crazy. See you in a second, Sigibertos. I also had alcohol culture where they pressure you to drink. I rarely ever drink anymore. And I've also like already back then was the first person to really push against this culture because I think it's so silly. I only got bad dreams when I was sick and had severe fever. Felt like everything was so loud in my dream. This was a long time ago. Oh yeah, fever dreams are really shitty. Like Zach also gets fever dreams if he's sick, and then he's like sweating so much, it's crazy. Um, the camera is getting too hot. So I hope this is in time. I've heard about the pregnancy nose. I didn't. I don't remember what it was though. With night terrors, you wake up screaming at the top of your lungs. It's a nightmare on steroids. Oh, I see. Yeah. Ah, jeez. So if that's at 4 a.m., then you have like multiple dreams then, no? Per night. Dreams are a mixture of your emotions, memories, and stress. Might be things or people you see. Yeah, well, the mixture of everything, really. Yeah. I feel like it's really hard. Like, some people say, like, oh, like, you can interpret dreams and stuff like this. Like, I'm sure you can. Like, I am sure they do tell you something. But I think it's really hard to interpret them in the right way. Like, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, if you it's like, I don't know, like somebody giving you the color red and then being like, what am I gonna draw? Like, there's a lot of possibilities. Once they have drawn whatever, though, it's like, ah, yeah, and it's red, of course. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's one of those situations. Unlurk. Welcome back. Yeah, mostly it starts with nightmare and ends with night terrors. The worst thing is if it feels like it's really happening, but your body can't move. Oh yeah, that's like sleep paralysis. That really sucks. I have that too sometimes. Or I had that like 3 times in my life. So thankfully, I'm like usually don't. I sometimes dream of sleep paralysis. That's also shitty. But is there, yeah, like, have you been able to sort of like see if there's any schedule to these nightmare and night terrors, Astelarin? Because I would be so interested to actually see if that could be like if the making an alarm before this is on the schedule could actually help you. I just can tell what I experienced, and it is years ago. I felt crazy for a long time too, and needed some time to recollect myself. So just a reminder for the good, don't mess with your dreams if you got to lucid dreaming. Okay, I will let Zach know. You're doing fine nowadays, Evan. So how is it going? Like getting over her? Like how do you feel? Like is it going well? We talk about it in therapy, but it's not always at 4 a.m. Hmm. Ah, okay, sad. Well, if you ever see any type of schedule, you can try that, I guess. You know now, but so it's not helpful right now. Such. Having nightmares is really annoying. Did you talk to me about the getting over part? No, actually, to Irfan. But I mean, you can like if you wanna like, like if you feel spoken to, like now I'm interested. So it's going pretty good. I hope it goes the same. I don't want to go back now. Yeah, she bit my neck yesterday. The mixed signals. I hate it. Autistic nightmare. You're also scared. Why are you scared, Irfan? From what are you scared? And how do you feel about the mixed signals, Siggy Bears? Like, do you understand what's going on? Are you like more in the picture than we are? A spirit is worse because trauma anniversary month and from end January it will get less frequent. Ah, I see, I see. Is there like have you ever considered any type of like sleep medication, or is that definitely not a thing? I just know that sleep medication, like there's like different ones, and I know there's some which make you like relax your muscles, but actually can lead to sleep paralysis. So those wouldn't be good, but I don't know if there's any which just make you like dream less or something. Okay. Okay, Fluffy. Fluffy, what have you been living through? Have you like huh? I'm overwhelmed, to be honest. Hmm. I mean, I can understand. This is really confusing, though. So, are you also just like confused about what's going on? I'm scared from the feeling. I don't want them to come back again. For 2 years, I was overwhelmed by those feelings. Hmm. I mean, you now know how to deal with those feelings now. Like, you talk about them openly and sort of like accept them like they are, but also accept the reality of the other person. And then just have distance to focus on yourself. So even if they were to come back, you have a plan, right? Like you know which things worked, which things didn't. So do you think you could handle them better if they were to come back? You don't want to know? Yeah, I feel like I don't. Oh, totally. But I'm kind of in a state of hey, haha, instead of just being sad. I mean, you don't just need to be sad, right? Like you can just be confused, really. Um, like it's, I do think it's a like because it's a confusing situation. I do think it's sort of like a conflicting. Oh wait. It's yeah. Yeah. Um. Ah, yeah. Wait. These are the Dine two
Oh, yeah,
things,
possibly.
and the other thing I've no.
Maybe it's already parts. Oh, it is. Yeah.
Ah,
It's,
okay.
It's,
Yeah.
okay.
Good.
Okay.
But yeah, so what I'm trying to say is like I'm just saying like because it's a confusing situation, it like entirely makes sense to have like multiple emotions about this, right? Like there's a part of you which like can be sad because it's like she told you no, but now it's like you're trying to get over this, but like you know, so you're sort of like you accepted like this is not going to be a possibility and you're mourning that idea. Then there's another part who's like excited because like she's giving you this attention and like this is exciting and like hot and whatever. Like there is a lot of different emotions and it's like okay to feel all of them actually and be really confused. They will not give me a classic sleep mode because of suicide ideation, so I'm now on a med that in low dose is a sleep mode, but in a high dose antipsychotic. Ah, yeah, I see. Hmm. Sorry for you, Esther Laren. But thank you for sharing. I do appreciate your vulnerability. All right, Ellie. I've earned a lot. I can handle them better. But you know, when you face your worst fears, you feel a little bit scared as well because you know what happened before. I think it's okay to be scared a little. I know I can handle. Yeah, it's definitely okay to be scared a little. I'm just, I don't know, I just wanted to, I guess, point out that you don't need to be like too scared because you would be able to handle it and it would be fine. But I do understand, like, you want to be over with this, like, you don't want to spend more energy on this, and it would be a bother if they were to come back. But yeah, we're just gonna like cross that bridge when we get to it, right? So if you can like try to like focus what's going on in that moment with you. If you do feel like more scared in a moment, then actually like try to like figure out why this is maybe now like scarier than before. Because it might actually tell you something, you know. So we didn't continue in any way. I mean, would you like to continue if there's no place for a relationship, Sigibertus? Because you did say you hate dating. It's a part of me, but it's not who I am. Yeah. I agree, Esalarin. And I'm glad that you see it that way too. Ah, true. Yeah, it's late. Yeah, go to sleep, Irfan. I hope you get a good night's rest. And then we'll speak to each other next Thursday. Because remember, everybody, I did send that in the Discord already, but just FYI, next Monday, there's not going to be a stream because we will still have guests over from Zach's birthday party this weekend. So next Monday, no stream. But next Thursday, there's going to be a stream again. So see you guys next Thursday. And then sleep well now. All right. See you then, Irfan. Good night. Maybe continue like a bit, but I wouldn't have the trust to go all the way. Yeah. Are you happy with the situation, how it is? Or would you rather, I don't know, or are you more like exhausted by this like confusion and overwhelm and all of that? I think it's fine. All right, then enjoy, I guess. I mean, seems like quite an interesting situation to be in. And as long as you enjoy it, not too bad, I. But yeah, just remember you can always, I don't know, you can always put up a boundary if you like what's happening but don't like the sort of like situationship around it or want more clarity around it. Like you can like boundaries can have conflicting feelings like this. Is the point I'm trying to make, I guess. Yeah. Well, with boundaries, it's like one part is like the friend group, right? The other part is ourselves. And I just wanted to make sure you sort of like are aware of this because to me sometimes, and I think that's probably because like my like autistic traits, but to me sometimes it can be really, yeah, like unclear of like, because I'm like so confused in a moment, it can really be unclear to me what I actually want. So yeah. It's yeah, it's like really fine to not have everything figured out in that way. That's good. But yeah, then coming back to my statement before of enjoy, I guess. Like seems like fun. And yeah, I'm glad it's, I don't know, there's, I'm glad you do well. And it's, I don't know, like even though there's not really like a relationship the way it went on, that there's just a good situation and that everybody is comfortable apparently. So I still have to, like, in terms of trying to kill you like a predator? Sure. Hmm. Why is it so hard to accept help? I mean, that depends on the person. I. It's really. To me, it's hard to accept help sometimes or even ask for help because it seems like it costs something. And I'm not sure I want to pay the price for that help. Like, it doesn't seem like it's for free or out of goodwill. And it's something I get better at, and sort of the belief around it is like changing. And but it's still sort of like a thing I learned in childhood, and it's just it's an anxiety you build, right? That's also a thing. I have that too. But it's really, I don't know, it can really help, I feel like, to really work actively towards changing that worldview of oneself. That actually also means determining like what you consume, right? Like what you consume, like which content you consume on social media, which content you consume in terms of like series or movies, and all of that. And something they're beaten into me, I know that, but changing it is really hard. It definitely is. That's why I'm saying like it really like it helps a lot if you change the content you are consuming, because it's if you like consume content which is promoting that, then of course it's like it's definitely going to stick around longer. But even only if you watch content which is, I guess, like neutral and up to interpretation, but where it's like you yourself sort of interpret it that way because you're biased in that direction, right? It's like still hard to change. But if you instead consume content where this belief is like actively challenged and they entire time like act differently, then it's really something where by watching that content you actually challenge that belief system and make it go quieter and quieter and quieter. Hardly watch TV because most is garbage. Yeah, we also don't have a TV, but we watch like series or movies just on like yeah, like all on streaming platforms. So, or anime, for example. I like I'm watching like Fairy Tail right now. I really like that in terms of like yeah. It's like not they're not entirely good at asking for help, but Um, it's challenging the perspective that if you were to ask for help, that it would be weak. Like it's really just like people want to do it themselves, but like everybody around wants to help, sort of situation. It has some other problematic sides, but or like the Last Airbender. It's also really cute. I don't know. I watch like a lot of like sort of like Blue Sky and more like kids series, or also like White Collar, just like series where I know like everything is going well. Like it's like I don't know, like things are gonna be fine, you know. And that really helps with my anxiety. Well, hi MG Gaming, welcome back. So I don't know. It's something like to me. I don't know. I watched Black Clover. Oh, I didn't watch that. I don't know what it's about. And other things I watch is Twitch and football. Hmm. Oh, ads? Yikes. She's moving currently. Uh, she's currently moving, and even asked her if she needed help, and she told me she already has enough help. Yesterday, she told us that only her brother is helping, and he's apparently a person that is kind of aggressive all the time. She now wants to do the rest alone, but help, and she was making. I don't know why she doesn't need or deserves it. Hmm. Ooh, fluffy. And you play D&D? Oh, D&D is amazing. I also play D&D. And Cosmere. Really nice. So, okay, now you're back. I hope that everybody's back now. We'll see, I guess. So she's moving currently, and she is putting it into one, complaining about her brother, and she's gonna do it just alone because like he's low-key aggressive. And then everybody was offering help, but she didn't want it. Hmm. Uh, and people are like, there's so many people who are like really bad at asking for help. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many like my neighbors as well, and yeah, I don't know. Pretty tall. Good for you. But yeah, have you then? If you also play D&D, have you then watched uh how's it called Critical Role Campaign 4, where like Brennan Lee Mulligan is the DM. That one is intense though. It's like there's so much happening. He's like really pumping story in that one. But it's really, really good. It's like the peak of D&D, I feel like. So, what's going on? What is going on, Chad? what can we? I guess we're at the moment we're talking about like being able to ask for help and people being bad at it. So, it's a Goliath monk, 55.6 meters tall. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's serious size. Jeez. The other people in the party then like normal sized characters? And you just like carry them everywhere? Or like how does that go? Hi partners, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh no, we'll never stop. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see how time is treating me. I was outside in a skirt and high heels yesterday. Ooh. So how did you like it? I was wearing heels the other day as well, and I was only like walking a little bit and I instantly got like so over it. Like I was instantly like, okay, never fucking mind. I'm gonna wear like trainers next time again. Fuck that. Yeah. They're not even meant for like 10 minutes of walking, seriously. Like, I don't know. Like, high heels are just like, oh, you really need to train to walk with them. Like, you essentially need to train to the point where your nerves are not hurting from them, but they, like, those shoes, I'm convinced they hurt always, actually. I do one step and it's like 50 meters. Jeez. Oh, that seems like a really funny party, though. So, have you watched Critical Role Campaign 4 then, by the way? Or was that the yup for watching that part? Not yet? You need to. You need to. It's so good. It's like it's just on YouTube, for example, and it's so good. It's the peak of D&D. It's the best D&D thing I've ever watched. It's like I've been watching like campaign 1 and campaign 2, but campaign 4 so much better. Seriously, so much better. They improved so much. Like Brennan Lee Mulligan is taking this to a whole nother level. I'm literally like I'm a fangirl. To be fair, like I never like usually I don't fan over people because I'm like I don't know, like everybody's a person, you're like good in this thing like specifically, but like you know. But I don't know, like Brennan Lee Mulligan is really like, please teach me your ways. You seem like an incredibly smart person. I don't know, I don't want to say I would kill to like have him as my mentor because I wouldn't, but I would do a lot to have him as my mentor. Except anything which would not make him a good mentor. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, guys. I've been sneezing like this since we started cleaning the apartment and it's not leaving. It's relatively warm right now. Have you tried one of those like fleece leggings which look like just like bare skin with like a black leggings over, but are actually like have like fleece inside? They're pretty sick. With a DM that tries to ban the party to travel on my shoulders. But why though? I mean, that's so cute, no? had a woman sitting at the start of our staircase on Monday because she wore high heels the whole day and didn't have any power to go up the stairs to her apartment. Oh, no. Oh my god. Poor woman. I would have, like, put off the high heels and walked up barefoot. It wants to be a joke, but he always fails. Oh, she did? Ah, okay. So she was, like, in the process of, like, getting her shoes off and stuff. I see. Yeah. Aw. Her feet must have hurt so much. Oh my god. I'm like, honestly, like I know that this is sort of like a common thing between friends or like within D&D parties of like people not liking something and then trying to find like an official reason to like not make it work, but then like fail, and there's sort of like this like tiny like clash going on between the players. It's really something which like I really can't understand, or like I don't, it's not the type of friendship I understand. Like I'm so like I really don't like hostility in any form, because I don't believe in uh I don't believe in joking hostility, if that makes sense. um yeah, I mean in D&D there's like a in D&D there's like some exceptions, because there can be something which is like it's joking to the point where it's actually like actually funny for like everybody, you know? But if it's only like funny for one person, but it like feels serious, then I'm like, I don't know, I'm doubtful. Because there's also a lot of like people who are just like not entirely like actively aware of their emotions. And when they say like, oh, this is only a joke, it's not though. And they just, I don't know, like this is how they cope with like negative emotions. But there are like negative emotions at the base of it. So it's a really like weird combination sometimes. Yeah. I mean, technically, like, you shouldn't be, like, bound to the script, right? Like, I honestly, when I'm DMing, I usually just, like, there is definitely, like, some type of script, but I love it actually when people come up with something cool. Like, I'm the first person to entirely ditch the rules because I think something cool is cool. Like, if you, I don't know, if you came up with this like really, really cool idea, I don't know, like, there's definitely gonna be like rolling because otherwise the story isn't random, right? But I also, like, it's not like I don't want them to succeed. Like, I really do want them to succeed. Like, it's like, that's such a cool idea. Like, I would love if that works. And like, so let me think what you would have to roll, and then like, let's hope that it works, sort of situation. And that's also low-key why I don't entirely like battle maps. Like if I DM, I usually actually only myself sort of have a battle map, but don't really have a battle map for the players, because I really like to be able to just be like, oh, you want to do a backflip and then do this? Sure, there's like 5 more feet. Like there's enough feet now for you to do this. Like I like this idea. There's like a tiny, like you can make it work. Like it does. Yeah. The only thing I really don't like is if you're like, if I'm a player and like you play like a pre-written campaign, it's like, I don't know, like I feel like as a player I'm bad at playing like pre-written campaigns. Because I feel like I don't think like the average campaign writer. So to my character, it's a lot of the time just doesn't make sense to follow the campaign, if that makes sense. And then I don't know, like DMs get, well, it's just more challenging, I guess, to incorporate me in such a pre-written campaign. Oh my god, that's amazing. I love that. Roll an acrobatics check to see if you can balance yourself on one foot in the water. Oh, I actually got like a new dice. It's like with an eye. See that? Yeah. It's really cool. I love it. I got this one to actually cast it, and then I want to make like like just like dice with this, like big d20s. So that's the idea behind it. Mine are not gonna be with an eye, of course. Mine are just gonna be with like, I want to put like flowers in there and stuff like this. Just pretty things, maybe some wood actually. Do like a sunken ship type situation. Yeah. Would have bought it in red though for Sauron's eye. Yeah, well, I don't have much connection to Lord of the Rings, to be fair. So I really like it in purple and blue, and I was only able to get it in blue, so I did that. Because there's also bigger ones, like there's ones which are like 5 centimeters, but I feel like the 5 centimeter ones, they don't feel good to roll anymore because they're so heavy that it's like you really worry about the table. But this one is like, it's like, it feels good in your hand, it's rolling well, it's like nice, you know? You have watched Lord of the Rings, right? No. No. I've watched Hobbit 1 and then we watched Hobbit 2, and while Hobbit 2 was on, I was, for the first time in my life, sleeping through a movie. Because it was so boring. And yeah, with Lord of the Rings, I think I started 1 or something. But yeah, no idea. When I have birthday, when's my birthday, you mean? It's on the 29th of January. So, yeah. Really close to Zex. Like, Zex was on the 8th of December, and mine is on the 29th of January. Yeah. Nobody watched Lord of the Rings. Easy. Oh. How have you been? Not too well. Why? I don't know. Yeah, we've gone over it like so many times already, but yeah, quick recollection, I guess. You remember I put up the Etsy shop and I was super excited about it and really loved it. Well, um, they banned my account after, like, they banned my shop and my personal account after I tried to pay with Zeg's credit card on my personal account. And they, like, I just talked to AI chatbots, I appealed it, and they, banned me for life. And it's connected to my ID. So I will never, like, I'm a serious criminal apparently, because forever in my life I will never have the option to learn out of my mistakes, because I'm apparently not trustworthy. And I will never be able to have an Etsy shop again. And I'm really sad about that. So yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, right? Because it's not like he didn't know. Like, I had his consent. They just didn't care. Nope. Well, I like told them everything. Like, I told them, like, it was his credit card, like, he's my husband, I have his consent, all of that didn't matter. I never talked to an actual human, so yeah. I sent them an email with, like, throwing the law in. I don't know if that will do anything. Probably won't. But I'm also not the first person with such a experience, sadly. So I looked on Reddit, and there's actually shops which already made like 80K and had like, who literally like already had like other people hired to like go through their orders, and which just got banned like this as well, with no chance to appeal or just like remove the products which don't work or whatever. But yeah, for me, it's not even about products. Like, all my products are fine. Like, my shop is fine. It's just my personal account is a fraud now because I paid with my husband's credit card. Yeah. So I'm really sad because I was really excited about this. I thought this could genuinely be my side hustle because I'm a really creative person. And this would have been the perfect platform to sell my shit. But yeah, they now banned me forever. Not even like for a year or something. Not even only removed my shop and my personal account and I make new ones, but I'm with my ID, like, my person is banned forever. I can't even buy anything of Etsy anymore. So, yeah. Yeah. So that's happening for me. Yeah. Drop water on the floor and tell me how you feel. Wait, drop water on the floor and tell me how I feel? I mean, I can drop water on the floor for you, for sure. Yeah. So, that's how I feel. Yeah. So, like, I have all of the things on my own shop now, but it's like, yeah, there's not like, I would need to do like serious branding and marketing work to get like traffic to my site. And it's just not the part I enjoy. So it's, yeah. It's like the thing with Etsy, like, there's not really an alternative where you can where people like look for character sheets, for example, and stuff like this. So it's just, yeah, you know. So yeah, like, you can all, like, you know, like, if any one of you ever wants to buy any of my products, you can all do that on my shop. But yeah, there's not really like anybody who's just gonna look for, oh yeah, like blah 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 character sheet and then see my ad, you know? Because my website is gonna be like somewhere, nowhere, and Etsy is gonna be on the top front page of Google. So yeah. That's essentially the outcome of this. So yeah. But how are you doing, Grumpy? Yeah, it's just like they have enough sellers apparently to be able to do that and don't really care. And it's just, I don't know. I just think it's really harsh measures, honestly. Like I feel like it's, I don't know. It's just so, it doesn't compare to any measures from any other platforms. That's really what gets me. Like I'm like, if I have done anything wrong, but like I don't think so, because I'm like the suspension like reason was fraudulent activity, and it was right after I paid with Zach's credit card, right? So I am pretty sure it's because of that. But the thing is just, it's like, so it's not even, it wasn't even something I like did was what was actually fraud, because it's like I had his consent, like everything's fine, right? It's just something where they made the decision like, okay, they don't want to deal with credit card fraud, so they're just gonna like ban everybody who doesn't use their own name on the credit card, which is something like I get, but you should just like then like keep me from putting another name in a credit card field, instead of letting me run into the burning house and then, or like not in a burning house, but in the like in the minefield, you know, and then be like boop. Like that's pretty, I don't know, like that really feels like, yeah, it really takes me back to when I was a kid. You know, it's just like you did something, you thought it's fine, and then you get this like big ass like screaming concert, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? Like, what is even going on? Like, I'm really just shocked from this. Like, if that's not even the reason, but I actually did anything wrong, like I would love them to actually just tell me what I did wrong, and then I can like, you know, like change it. You can even like you can just like tell me what I did wrong and then like ban me for a year or something, but like forever, like bro, not even in like not even in a year I can open up a different shop. Not even with fucking 80 years old I can open up a different shop. Like, are you even allowed to keep my name that long in your database? Like, is that even allowed actually? Um, that's just really like, okay, that's wow. That's a crazy ban. Like, this is serious. Yeah. It's just, it's so sad because I really like, I'm really anxious about even like telling anybody. Because when I looked for like just support, like how am I gonna fix it for any other person like this happening to, you know, I got on this like on the Etsy subreddit, and there were so many people in the comments who were just so mean to the person making the post. There was a person who was in the top 2% sellers, who had a shop for like years, were selling like for like they personally I think made like 80k profits, and they had like a business partner, so probably like 160K or something. They even already like hired some like extra helpers sometimes to like get the orders done and stuff like this. And they also got banned like this. Like with no, like they had, apparently for them, it was the thing that they had some designs. So it was, for them, it was a problem with the shop, not with their personal account, like for me, but with the shop. Where they apparently had some designs which weren't like self-made, and they maybe didn't have the copyright for them. I'm not sure actually. Like maybe they did have the copyright for them. But yeah, apparently with like some of them, some of those designs, at least Etsy, at least that this like AI support system like didn't believe they have the copyright for that. And then they got banned, and they also like they never had a proper chance to just like take down those listings and like reopen their shop and like learn from their mistakes. Where it's like I'm sorry guys, but like that people make mistakes. Like for like company policies are always really, really ambiguous because you want to maintain like the most freedom you can with your decisions, right? And like I entirely get that. But with that also comes the situation that people are not sure about your company policies, right? And that people will make mistakes even though they like nobody actually did something wrong. Like even though they didn't want to and stuff like this. So it's really, yeah, it's just a thing where I'm like, guys, you don't need to be that harsh. Like it's really unnecessary. But yeah, like people in the comments are really harsh and defend it really harshly, like elitist mindset. And that's just something where I'm like, I really didn't mean to do anything wrong. I just used the credit card of my husband with his consent. Like I just wanted to get 2% cash back on my order of like $20 or something. I didn't want to do like anything else, you know, like it's seriously like such a tiny thing, right? And now I, as a person, am banned for life. That's crazy. I don't know. Depends where Etsy shop is. I think it's American, so the rules are different than to Europe. Yeah. It's like because it's a personal business, right? Like they can essentially like they can have whatever rules, and because they are like the market leaders for like anything related around this, they also like actually can essentially like do whatever and have whatever type of policies. Like in their policy, they have a policy which is we can change the policy at will and suck it up, sort of. So it's really like it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, it's just because they're private business, they can essentially do whatever. Like they don't need to have a good banning system and stuff like this. They don't need to be fair. Like this is the biggest sort of like misconception. Like some people in like streams, for example, they like really are like, oh my god, like you can't ban that person, that's like so unfair. Streamers can. Like streamers are allowed to be unfair with banning. It's not a good brand to be unfair. It doesn't give you really good, like, you know, like a really good picture, like in society, but you can be. Like, you don't have to be. Like, we don't follow, like, as a person, you don't follow the same rules as the state. Usually we expect that with business getting bigger, they do take on more responsibility though, because they have more responsibility, because they have more power. Well, they don't need to though. And that's what we see here. So, yeah. Yeah. So, it's really like, it put me in a place where I'm like, there's a market for a platform like this with better and more transparent rules. I'm just saying. You can appeal Twitch bans in court, by the way, at least in Germany. Okay. Well, I did write them like an email. like saying some like throwing some ChatGPT laws in there. We'll see how that turns out. But I'm really like, I'm not a lawyer, right? And it's like, I didn't even make like much profit from that job. I don't know. I just wanted to. I just wanted to sell the stuff I really like and have other people use it. So it's really. I don't know, like I'm not well enough informed about, like they're dealing, their whole platform is essentially a platform around amateurs, right? It's like, hey, you're an amateur, but like here you can sell easily. Like that's like also like, oh yeah, like buy from small shops and stuff like this. Did they still charge your hobby's credit card? Well, they charged it in the beginning and then they like canceled everything, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So it's really just, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. It's so weird to be treated so harshly when you didn't do anything. It's really like, bro, I'm just me. It's like, it's like, I don't know, like imagine you're like on the street, you wear red coats, and then like the police is tackling you and throwing you in jail. Like it's really like, what's going on here? Like this can't be real. Like I'm a normal law following citizen. Like why am I being treated like this? Like everybody chill, okay? Like there's some type of miscommunication because you can't believe I'm actually that bad of a person that you ban me forever from your entire platform because I used my husband's credit card. Like, is that. Like, I'm sorry if that was offending to you. And I won't do it again. Like, I have removed the credit card from my profile and everything. So it's really like, yeah, it's just. I didn't want to do anything wrong. Just, I don't know. Yeah. All right, Fluffy. Goodbye and see you next time. Hi, Zappa. Welcome. Do you think there's an afterlife or is death just an eternal abyss? So, like, we don't know anything about this, right? Like, we don't know shit about this. So this is like really just like personal belief, I guess. I think, like, to me, this idea of, I guess, in a way, energy preservation, but combined with a little bit of, like, I guess, this Buddhism idea of like the soul not just like dying or being somewhere else, but like still being in this world. Like, essentially, it's like really like, I don't know, like the movie Avatar, like with the blue people. I think that's like a really like, it seems like a really peaceful, beautiful idea of like you die, like you got your energy and life sort of from Earth, and then you die and you give it back to Earth, but you're always sort of a part of it. And your energy is like in this system of nature, and you just, I don't know, like some kind of soul or whatever is there, not really able to be grasped, but yeah, like I feel like this is like a really beautiful idea. But I don't really concern myself too much with what happens after death. I went south with this. Okay. So, what do you believe about that then? What answer would you have preferred? if you apparently have a opinion already. I'm not saying your opinion is bad or anything. Isn't okay, am I wrong here, or does it not mean like if something goes south that it goes bad? Like that what it means, right? Yeah. A situation deteriorating, failing, or getting much worse. So essentially taking a downward turn from good to bad. Like a plan falling apart, a project failing unexpectedly, or stock price dropping. Ah, I see. That's fine. Where do you come from? Like, is English your like mother language or your second language? Oh, well, it actually can also be a third or fourth or whatever. Um, like I do agree that it's like I don't know. Lithuania, so second. Oh, them. I don't even actually. I don't even know if I know. Like, if I probably couldn't identify Lithuania. Like I don't like. What do you even? What is the language? How is it called? Like, it's not Lithuanian or something, right? What is the? How is the language called? It is. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just thought that word is like so. I don't know. Like usually, like for example, like with the Netherlands, right? The Netherlands don't call it like Netherlandish or whatever. They call it Dutch. Like it's like they make like a small sort of like nice word out of it, even if it costs just going way away from what the country is being called. Um, so I just expected sort of the same to be done by Lithuania, but I mean that's fine. Makes more sense actually. It's like easier to learn them. That's good. Um, so you just believe in like darkness with no concept of thought or what it is. I think that's like honestly like speaking from like a science perspective, that's definitely the most likely. Like don't get me wrong, I just like I don't believe in this like avatar theory to the point where I'm like, oh, like everybody needs to believe it's my way. I'm pretty like I just think it's like a beautiful idea, and I feel like it's like everything after death is not really our concern right now, is it? Like there's not like we can't like at the moment right now we can't know what comes. Like we're not. I don't think at least. Um, we're I know what second language is Indonesian. I mean, if your parents are like from two different countries, I do think your second language is Indonesian then. Like if you have, for example, your mom is Indonesian, your dad is like Dutch, and then like you learn like Dutch and Indonesian, and then in school only you learn English and maybe German, for example. That's kind of two primary languages then. Yeah, I guess it depends how you define it, right? But it's really like just a way of saying it. So, um, because I feel like, I don't know, I do get why you would say like first, second, third, and whatever, and count it as a second language and not as a second primary language. because then, like, I don't know, just the normal counting doesn't make sense anymore. So if you have two primary languages, then do you even have a second language or do you have a third language? Because if you still have a second language, then what do you say if somebody asks you how many, like, I don't know, like, dude, and just, I don't know. Isn't it then, like, super, like, weird when somebody asks you, like, oh, like, what is your, like, second and third language or whatever, and then you tell them your languages, and then you know, like, one language more? I don't know. It's like really, it doesn't matter though. Getting back to the original topic. Yeah, like I do think like scientifically it's probably like darkness and stuff, but because we don't know, I feel like it really doesn't matter what you believe in, if you don't try to convert or like, I don't know, like make anybody believe in what you're believing. Like, I feel like this concept of like, even though we don't know shit about the afterlife, changing what you do in the here and now for a promised possibility of an afterlife seems like a stretch to me. But I feel like just, I don't know, like if, like, I guess the topic of death, because we don't know anything, is still like sort of like scary to some people. And even though I don't really like, I'm not really concerned with death, but I just feel like it's like a way nicer way to think about it if you don't, I don't know, if you're not like, oh, I'm just gonna be gone and there's like nothing of me in the world anymore and I just don't matter and whatever. But if you just, I don't know, are like, yeah, I just go back to nature, my energy is still in the room. And you can like interpret that how you like, right? But it could even just be like my energy is still in the room because of how people remember me and of those memories. And that's my how I remain in this world and stuff like this. But it's not usually what people are really concerned with is that they aren't existing anymore and that there's no part they have left in this world. So I just think the Avatar tone is like a really cute and beautiful idea how we are connected to nature. Yeah. But yeah, I'm also not really scared of death. It's not really something that concerns me a lot. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe when I'm 80 or something, you know? Or when I'm, I don't know, midlife crisis, who knows? But I learned Indonesian with the Indonesian community before I learned English. Yeah, that's what I expected. Your name remains, but you never know what becomes of it. Yeah. Like, I don't feel like you should live your life depending on your afterlife. Like, I still, I don't know. I think that's, I guess, the most important takeaway from me about this entire topic. And whatever you like believe about the afterlife, like if it's helpful to you in the here and now to not be scared of death, then like I don't know, believe in unicorns. I don't even care. If it's getting to the point where you make people's lives worse because you're like, no, you're like you will get in hell and whatever. But we know we don't know shit about this. It's just like, do you not have enough problems or hobbies in your life right now that you like? Why do you have the time to be concerned about the possibility of an afterlife if we don't even know that's a possibility? Um, like, is your, like, have you already, like, closed with the idea that your life right now is failed? So you hope for a good afterlife? Or, like, how is that concern working, I guess? So technically all religions are complete bullshittery then? Well, it really depends on like how you determine that, right? Like, I feel like believing in something can be really helpful. I just because of like what we know and what we know about science, I do think it's helpful to agree that we don't know if religions are real or not. We also don't know that they're not real, but we also don't know if they are. And I think that's an important takeaway, because I really don't like this elitist turn on religions where it's like, oh, you need to believe in my religion because otherwise you're wrong. I I just think that's giving like, even if like, I don't know. I just think that's not I don't know. I just don't like that spin on religion. But then people delude new generations into wasting their lives sacrificing themselves for most likely non-existent causes. Yeah, that's exactly what I yeah, that's exactly what I like worry about too. Like I don't think it should I don't think the this like possibility of an afterlife should ruin your life right now. Like I feel like the life right now is like we know we have it, right? Like we know for certain we are alive right now. Like that's the thing we know. We don't know if there's an afterlife. We don't know if the religion is true, and with that, how the afterlife is looking like, how the rules are, and whatever. Um, So I feel like we just should just like agree to that prioritization of what we know over what we don't know. And yeah. So I don't necessarily think like religion is like a always like um or like needs to be inherently negative. I do feel like the way religion has been used in the past is showing us that it's being abused for power quite a lot. That's also a thing we need to be aware of. Like, we can't sort of like clean wash the history of religion because then we're not, we won't know or actually be open to the idea when it's being abused again. And if it's really about religion, then, and about the religion we sort of like believe in, right? Then that religion being abused is actually the worst part for that religion. So I feel like, especially because of that, we actually should be aware of what went wrong in the past to learn from our mistakes. My grandpa said when he was alone in a trench, you believe in something anyhow. If it's a certain religion or something else entirely. Yeah. That's like, yeah, I really like, I couldn't agree more. Like, believing in something helps humans. And I sometimes feel like believing in yourself might be better than believing in some kind of deity, because believing in yourself puts the responsibility in your own hands, while believing in a deity is putting their responsibility elsewhere. And I don't know, like considering the history with this, with these, how are they called in English? I don't know. It's been like, so they had these like, remember these letters where you like paid for them and then they essentially tell you like, oh, okay, like even if you're like disabled you can go to heaven and stuff like this, but you need to pay like extra if you're disabled, you need to pay extra if you're poor, you need to pay extra if you're like, this entire system from back then, how they made money off of like the really poor people, with this promise of like, only if you have this you actually go to heaven. um I don't know. Like, that's really fucked up. like there's a lot of ways how we fucked up religion. So it's really, I don't think believing in anything is like wrong, but I feel like if people believe too blindly, it is abused a lot. And especially, I think it's really easy to fall into that direction if you put the responsibility of somebody else in somebody else than yourself. So yeah, I don't think we should be like trying to be like being able to excuse bad behavior with like, oh, God just didn't make me better, where it's like, no, like this shouldn't be the takeaway. Like the teachings you have is essentially meaning like the idea of religion, I think from back then, is like if people behave in these rules, society would be better for it, right? Like I feel like we can like low-key agree that either this was a god sort of like making that decision, or it was a private person which thought like our society is a scam and like everybody's behaving like shit. So I'm gonna pretend there's like some grave punishment if you don't follow the rules, and the rules will just be good, and then we hope people believe in it. But yeah, we like still found a way to like make it bad and like actually not make it about the good rules. So it's religion is actually really interesting, I feel like especially like sort of the history of religion and like what it's been used for, like the explanations for it, like how it was connected actually to kings and stuff like this. But what I love about religion actually, and what I love about what it has shown us, for better or for worse, is how something well, how do I phrase that? You don't need to have evidence of something being real for it to, because people believe in it and because people are supporting it, get enough power that even kings, even somebody like a king, which seems to be just able to oppress his his people at his will, actually needs to be considerate of it, because otherwise he won't be king. And I feel like that's a thing we could really, I don't know, like we could believe in a little bit more in the power of the people if we actually like believe in something together. And well, if we would, instead of believing in, I don't know, like gay people go to hell, to I don't know, like everybody should have like food and water, then we probably could actually make that work and maybe abolish billionaires, who knows? But yeah, it really depends on what we believe in and what we sort of like organize ourselves for. But yeah, like on this planet, like I'm not gonna, I don't know, like I believe in myself. I guess that's like the like not about death belief, but just sort of like my personal religion. I don't know, like I believe in myself. I believe the in the good in humanity. Maybe not humanity, but in the good in people, in children. I believe that in life being complicated and really complex. Like I believe in the complexity of this world. And yeah, I think that's it. Why should we worry what others believe? Why don't we focus on ourselves to be a good human? If people want to believe, it's their choice. I don't mind so long they don't bother me with it. But if people worry too much on what others do, then making sure they are being a good person themselves. Yeah, I agree. You can be a good person, but sometimes that ain't an option since you can be brainwashed as a kid. Yeah, I definitely like this is like also definitely what I can agree with. Like I believe in the good in people. And I just like I think no child except maybe that really like one outlier kid which is like honestly I don't even like I feel like if we would have the societal accommodations to like properly support sociopath and psychopaths, we might actually be able to like help them in a way where they don't turn into people which might be a problem to society. um but yeah, I feel like every person like is good when they're born. But yeah, like we sometimes just fuck it up real bad. Um, I do also believe though that there's everybody is influenced by everything. Um, and as a kid, you might not have a choice. Um, but it's not like a bad childhood can excuse you from bad behavior in adulthood. To a point where it's just like I don't know. Like I don't think bad behavior is in a way excusable. Like I do think it's understandable. But we shouldn't maybe use like bad experiences as an excuse, if that makes sense. Um but also combined with that, there should be, I guess, more focus on actually like reintegration instead of punishment. Because the punishment is not like our society shouldn't function around punishment. Punishment is not gonna lead our society in the right direction, and it's not making people learn. It's making people obey, not learn. It's making people obey and not change. So what we really should focus on is on proper socialization. And if somebody makes a bad choice, I think there's reasons for it. And I think if we have a certain way we want society to look like, we are we have the responsibility to help people to be able to fit in that society. If that makes sense? Do you guys follow me? Personally, I don't think religion per se is a scam. I mean, believe in what you want. If it makes you happy or helps you with difficult things, great for you. But the institution that stands behind the religions are scammy. Cultists only want your money. See religion more like a guideline and morals. Yeah, like it's. I don't know. I really feel like in a weird way, and that's maybe something we actually could believe in, right? But I think it's really interesting how most religions have low key the same wrong or right guidelines. Like most religions are like murder is bad, and like stealing and stuff like this is like hurting people around you is bad, lying is bad. And like I don't know, like things which connect with your society, like helping people and doing something good and like helping the poor is good. um and I don't really feel like we need religion to have that guideline, because I feel like it's maybe a guideline which is actually more connected to our biology and what actually makes sense for us societally, and what we enjoy doing and what we don't enjoy doing. Because any like negative behavior is actually disconnecting us from society. It's not also like disconnecting society from us, but also disconnecting us from society. And that's something which is not good and which actually like triggers like pain centers in our brain as well. So it's something we don't like and it's not helpful to our survival. So it makes a lot of sense that we don't like doing that. And we usually only do it if we are somehow in our logic don't have other options and are in survival mode. On the other hand, like positive behaviors, like for example, like having friends, helping people, showing somebody your knowledge, being a person which is liked by society, being a person people like can rely on and people trust and stuff like this, that feels good. And so it's, I don't know, it's a really, it's like, oh, like we sort of get to the same teachings everywhere. And even bad people a lot of the time don't really disagree with those teachings. They just have a logic in that moment. They felt like they were in a situation where that was the best decision. So I don't know, like some people kill people because like for sort of like revenge and this feeling of like fairness. Some people like kill people because they just, I don't know, they just felt in danger, sort of. And so it's, yeah, I don't know, like it's a really, really interesting topic. It's a topic I really like because I really like ethics and I really like morals. But yeah, it's a really, really interesting topic. And I would love to make studies around inmates actually. Because I feel like they can teach us a lot. I feel like like specifically these people falling through our society, being, I guess, like excluded from our society. Especially those can teach us how we make society better, how we prohibit people getting murdered. Like I feel like really talking to them would give us a lot of information about how to actually prevent crime and have good crime prevention measures. And I feel like talking to them and understanding them would really help us to also have really good reintegration measures. And I don't know, like I feel like there is there's actually like so many measures and so many things we tried where we had like really, really interesting findings. So for example, like there's a thing a prison tried. Let me try to find out which one it was. Okay, so there's apparently actually like there's actually apparently like some programs like these. But one of the like programs is called Indiana's Forward program. Or in Chile? I don't know how to say that in English. Or where, inmates get cats from shelters, like from just animal shelters, and they can apply to get a cat. And it's they found out that that really helps with like rehabilitation and teaching responsibility, reducing stress, lowering recidivism, whatever that is, and providing companionship. Um, and it's just I don't know, like it's a thing where all of a sudden you notice this teaching we sort of had in society that like, oh, like people who go to prison are bad, they're monsters, like murderers are monsters and stuff like this. It really is being brought back into perspective that no, these are people too, these are just humans which like just ended up on the wrong track, and they just need help, actually. Like all of what they did, whatever they did, really, like they need help from us. And we probably, as society, as a system, not as an individual, not saying we have like as an individual like all the responsibility or whatever. We have a bit of responsibility for sure, but as a system, as a society, we for sure, if we were to like investigate their stories, we failed them in one or more occasions. And they probably just didn't have a system, like a social system around them, which helped them to cope really well with this. They probably actually had a system around them which made them or like taught them to like cope the way they did, which made them end up in prison. So yeah, it's a really like, there's so many interesting projects around this. And I can only recommend to like look more into it. Good example, the US prison system, more than 70% will go back to jail. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, right? Like there is sort of like rumors. I don't know if that's like really correct. It's just a thing I heard. So like to clarify, like definitely take this with salt, not only a grain. But there's sort of rumors that the US prison system is actually not really, like, they don't really try to make that better anyway, because it's actually a really well functioning business endeavor. Because they can make the prisoners work for like less than like normal like minimum wage and without any sort of like workers' rights and stuff like this. And so it's actually really beneficial for businesses. And yeah, so exactly. So it just has like it's not it's sadly not working bad for the goals that it has, but the goals that it has are bad. No, 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 no. Ow. Ow. Oh. Da ist der Leberfleck. Du bist da voll hängen geblieben. Ja, mit deinem Fingernagel. Au.
Das hab ich gar nicht gemerkt.
Ja, do not touch me anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Disgusting.
Okay, aber trink genug.
Yeah. You know what? Come here.
I am here.
Fix your fingernail situation. Hmm.
Yeah,
Need
that's
more?
okay.
No, it's not here. Okay. Oh yeah, sure. I speak like I am German, so like I naturally speak German. Yeah, I just live in the Netherlands now, so yeah. They are but yeah, welcome. They are the same on almost every aspect, only the main character is different. Also, God is the worst boss you can have. Wait, my humans don't do what I say. Will I flood their asses or burn their cities with heavenly fire? But murder is bad as long as I don't do it. Yeah, I agree. Like the How rude, he tries to be so nice to you. I was only rude because he like well, I wasn't really like rude. It was more like a well, anyways. Um but yeah, he was uh uh how do you say that? I don't know, like he hurt me on my back. Um so that's why I was reacting that way. So yeah, it's one of those like if you get like stuck at like the skin, you know, and then it's like this really sharp pain. You know that? Yeah. But it's I don't know, we're fine. I guess I yeah. Ah, I see. Yeah. But yeah, the disgusting was also not meant serious. It's a common joke we have between each other. So I hope that like I guess I clarify some things. I'm longer out of school than I was in school. Yeah, I mean it's not a problem. I mean you don't need to speak German or anything. It's fine. So yeah, welcome Vollhorst. By the way, how are you doing? Not that good. Hmm. You wanna go more in depth? Like we have space here. By the way, like are we alright, Estelarin? Like do you uh do you understand now how uh yeah I don't know. The communication I guess. Okay. No, it's like I so well I don't I I guess I'm sort of like more touchy personally with those well let's say jokes uh because yeah I don't know like my dad was like low-key like a misogynist and just was always like I don't know like oh you need to watch your tone you can be like lucky he's with you and like never leave him blah blah blah. So like now I don't have like contact to him anymore, but it's just a thing where I'm like, um, I guess I'm like really like used to be judged harshly, um, for yeah, just being normal like like as a friend, you know. And yeah, that was not appreciated. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I was looking for a better word than normal, but it's really just I don't know, just like if you're like friends with somebody that you're like you know, like they like you and like you like them, and it's like you're not the entire time like this like overly polite person. And yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's definitely a good quality. But yeah, that's why like if next time just like to me it would be easier to understand you didn't mean it serious if you put like a I don't know, like a KW or something behind it or like a lol W, then it's like easily understandable. Because it's like it is important for like in order for this to be like a safe space. I want you all to be able to say your honest opinions. So it's I don't know, I if somebody thinks I was rude or I'm like, you know, like something is like not fine for them, then it should be brought up, so that it's like able to be resolved. Well, maybe you should also not judge you. Yes, for sure. For sure, follow us. It's actually quite hard to like switch for the name to German. Just say it in an English way. Hmm. Well, that's sadly something we can't offer, but we can at least listen to you and just try to be there for you in the ways we can. So, go for it. Well, Zapper, this is a mental health check-in talk. So, we just whenever somebody has something where they need support with, we talk about it. When people need support, it's usually something, well, I guess more on the negative spectrum, but it doesn't need to be an uncomfortable moment. It can be a really nice moment to listen to somebody, be vulnerable yourself, and be able to be there for somebody and connect with somebody. So let's make some space right now for Fallhorst, where they can open up, because I think it's important to. Well, I think it's important to share if we feel like something is condescending, right? So, I mean, was it meant condescending or no, Zapper? It's like just, you know, like Phonos is essentially like asking um if he's safe with you, or or if you are judging him or them. Hmm. I think this is a really well. Actually, it's not really our place to give advice right now, right? Because also like right now we've been asked for more like, yeah, just listening, emotional support. So hmm. Vonhorst, um, just get something to drink right now, go in the toilet, and take a break from this right now if you want to. I would try to sort of like clear this up. So, what do you mean, Estelarin? I'm walking away before I get banned. And Zapper, I'm not like, I'm really like, I don't. I'm really sorry you see it that way, Full House, because I feel like I don't know, just having somebody listen and be understanding can like really help. But I do understand that I wouldn't feel safe in this situation right now as well. So I don't know, I'm, I guess, trying to resolve this right now, but I do understand that it doesn't, that it already set you back with wanting to be vulnerable. Hmm. Well, Zapper, some people care though. Like, it's just, it takes more to be a safe space. Like, what we do here and the rules of this stream are pretty clear. It's like, we don't judge. We also, like, really try hard to be a safe space, which means that we offer the people come here what they need. If they want somebody to listen to and like who listens to them and just emotional support, that's what we give them. If they want guidance or advice, then that's what we give them. We don't not let them talk, but then give unsolicited advice and essentially actually stop them from sharing by giving unsolicited advice. Because we don't even know what it's about, right? Like, depression is not easy, and depression is not something which is easily fixed. Yeah, I understand. I see. So I'm being a dickhead here. Yeah, kinda. Well, it's not entirely about you, Vollhorst, right? Like, this is just a thing about my rules in my stream. Like, I want people to feel safe here, to be vulnerable, to share their story. Because it's sometimes like really like hard to do that. You know, it's like explaining and talking about depression can sometimes be really hard because we have this consensus in our society, and it's actually called sanism, like there's a word for it, where like people with like mental health disorders or just like mental health problems like are like first of all like sort of like with ableism like are just like less able or like less capable to like do stuff, and we just assume that, but also just this assumption sometimes that they just don't try hard enough, and this is not helping that person, right? Like, it's helping us in that moment because we apparently don't want them to talk about it. But if we actually want to help them, we we have space for them to say the most maybe obvious things, because if they struggle with that, there's apparently still questions. And I feel like in our society, it's very important to have spaces where people can really share about their most vulnerable topics. And those topics are vulnerable because we fear of being judged. So just judging them and then be like, oh yeah, but like who cares? It's the internet. Like just don't be insecure. But like what if people are insecure? Like this is a place for topics where we are insecure. And just because we tell them like don't be insecure, it's not gonna make them less insecure, is it? Like it's not really helping. It's like that's the difference between being a safe space and actually putting in the effort to be a safe space for people to really say anything and being a normal person. And yeah, like this stream is a safe space. The stream is a space where people can talk about their addiction. People can talk about how they are porn addicted, how they are gambling addicted, how it ruined their life and their family. People can share their trauma, and people can share even that they maybe struggle with suicidal ideations. And in order for them to share this with us willingly, in order to be a safe space for these talks, well, we need to be safe. And it's no, I don't know, it's no big deal if somebody here doesn't have like, I don't know, like good advice or something. So but it's something where we just sort of maybe like need to recognize where we step back in a conversation and just let others handle it. But whatever we say here is we say with love for the other person and with compassion. We don't tell people just to man up and be better. So and I think you don't, like, it's not nothing where you don't have a future here anymore, Zapper. Um, but it's something where, like, these are the rules of this stream. And if you want to take part in it, then just, yeah, adhere to the rules. And if you, I don't know, like, wouldn't be able to with some statements, don't say these statements. And if that's not working for you because you don't feel like that's a thing you want to do, then it's fair if you are not taking part in our community. That's also a fair thing for you. But I feel like if you understand how, like, some people just want to share and want to hear that they're not crazy actually, and that they're not the only people with these emotions, and you understand that your solution is a solution which worked for you personally but might not work for others, then I think people will be fine with you. But yeah, it's important to not pretend like we know what's good for the other person. You know, like, it's important to recognize that this is a individual journey for everybody, and that we should only give advice if people actually ask us for advice or want advice, you know. But then we also actually give individual advice, like that we first listen to the problem, really understand it, and then also not give the advice like it's a general thing, like it's 1 + 1 is 2, but that's from the perspective of the abilities we have right now, right? And the abilities we have are like, I don't know, like, I don't think you're a psychologist, right? So you don't have the one and only solutions, and even psychologists don't. So it's just something where we can be like, hey, like, for me, it actually really worked to, like, pull through and, like, really put, like, 2 feet on the ground and just push through these, like, negative times. And then the other person can still say, like, tried that already, didn't work. Right? But yeah, like, we don't try to make people feel bad for pulling down the mood of this stream. Like, sometimes we will have, like, really, really negative topics in this stream. And that's fine. Because there are just some things in life which suck and which are not happy willy-nilly, but which are just really, really fucking sad. And this stream is not a entertainment stream where it's only about having fun. But it's actually a stream about really, really hard topics. It's a stream about how to freaking live life, like how to get the life we want. And just how to handle life coming at us with something we didn't expect. And even even if we might already have a solution and know how to fix it, also just being able to share the frustration of this just coming up at a time when we really didn't need it, you know? And the best we can do in making this a safe space is really taking responsibility for how the things we say come across and try to make sure that there are no misunderstandings and that the other person like really understands that we mean no harm, that we mean no judgment. And yeah, just making sure they feel safe, you know. And welcome, Billy Blee. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? And welcome, uh, Aus? Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Cow plushie toys? These? Those are actually poros. Okay. Then I did good, I think. So. I'm glad you did what's good for you, Esther. I think it's really important to know when to step back and take a pause and then come back when we feel ready for it. I would love to. I just think the stress that would be created is more than the stress that would get reduced. And a pet needs a lot of time. I mean, one has to give in much time, for example, going to the vet, go buy stuff, food, etc. And I think a pet just would be overwhelming. That is at least my perspective. It very much can be. Like a pet can be really amazing to help with like depression. It can also make things worse. It really, I guess, depends on the person. Right. So, yeah. To everyone, do you know the situation? You don't like something someone does, but you don't know how to say it to them without hurting them or make feeling them unwell or insecure. Yeah, communication is hard. It's like there's some ways we can like sort of, I guess, like help with this if we really focus on our side of the story. Because that's really something where like people can't really like say no to or like say that's wrong, and it's not something which necessarily makes a judgment about them. So for example, if you didn't like something someone does, then you can state your own feelings about this and can tell them that whatever they did made you feel uncomfortable or insecure or unsafe or something like this. And explain why. Because there's, I don't know, like there's a lot of behavior which can be like right and wrong at the same time. And although in society we have some behaviors which are more like, I guess more commonly referred to or seen as right behavior, and some behavior which is more commonly referred to or seen as wrong behavior, it's still something which like really really depends on our socialization. So like even between like, for example, what's like common in the Netherlands and what's common in Germany, there's like huge differences. And so I guess how we can, what we can keep in mind is that because we didn't like this doesn't necessarily mean that it's a wrong thing to do. Like in other cultures or where they come from, maybe this is entirely normal. So this can always, like, just stating like this behavior is like wrong or I don't like it or whatever, that can lead to discussion because the people like might just be from a different culture where it's entirely normal, and then you're essentially discussing which culture is right and which culture is wrong, where it's like nothing is going to get out of that discussion. But if we focus on what it does to us and which behavior we like and which behavior we don't like, and sort of like show that other person like how they can actually make us feel more comfortable, and how they can, I guess, like help to have a good connection between each other, and a safe connection. That's something we can state, and which has way less of a you did something wrong and you need to change direction, and more of like a I just don't like that behavior. So yeah, it's, I guess, also like what I tried in this discussion actually with Zapper. It's like I stated like the rules of my stream. I ensured them that they like could, like, if they don't like these rules, like they can go, like they don't need to take like part in the stream, right? If they don't want to follow these rules. But it's the rules I made for my stream, and why I think they are important. And yeah. Do you exclusively stream in English? Yeah, at the moment I do. My greatest regret is that I never managed to find a foreign girlfriend. I really hope you don't have a not foreign girlfriend either, because otherwise that would be really off towards her, I feel like. Why is that your greatest regret? Like, why, like, is that, like, how is that not superficial? Like, is there, like, what do you actually mean? I have a dog and she's really helpful, but also training to be a service dog. Oh my god, that's amazing. I would love to get a service dog. I would love to get any dog, but a service dog is just cooler. I felt worked up, and that can trigger auditory hallucinations because I'm already depressed. I understand. You want to share what got you worked up? Like, maybe we can sort of like help to watch these sort of like situations the next time, or I can even like try to give you like a heads up when I feel like this is a situation coming up like this. Like, if you want to, you know. It's an interesting conversation here. I'm trying to hurt anyone. I just being like, see, you judged him. Well, I'm not, so that's the thing. Like, I'm not, it doesn't really help if you hide your emotions about something, because you still have them, right? But do you see how I phrased it in a way where like I'm still open to their opinion? And I was explaining this as my side of the story, but it was like really like, please tell me your side. Like, how does that work for you? Like, what does it mean to you? Sort of like leaving like a way to, or like actually not leaving a way, but like what is the English words for this? Having a way of like please explain. Like, I want to understand. Like, not like, oh, I figured you out and you are like this, period, point blank. You don't need anything else. Like, go, like, I already know you, actually. Like it's a done deal, whatever. But it's like I interpret this as that. And how do you see that? Because right now I'm struggling to understand. You see the difference in that? Does that make sense to you? I come from China where I was betrothed as a child. Ah, so you were are like sort of like hoping to like in terms of like I want like a foreign girlfriend to like teach me other cultures, sort of. In more of like that sense. Because it would just bring like a lot to the table. Oh, I can understand that. Like it's a I think um it's definitely like entirely changing the um Befrage ist verlobt. Ah, vielen Dank, by the way. Um but yeah. So you were actually like not only like wait, if you were betrothed as a child though, so this is like is that still a thing? So you're like so you sort of like you didn't have a choice really, but you just like your parents pick somebody to marry and then you marry that person. Period, point blank. Is that the situation? I'm just hypersensitive about words. That's the problem. Well, I understand that though. It's like um that's why it's really important for me to keep this a safe space. Because I mean, to be fair, social anxiety is not really uncommon if you have any sort of like mental health struggles, right? And it's really like that. How do I say this? Uh, I'm really upset. Like I'm autistic gifted. Like I'm a gifted autistic child. Okay. I'm really obsessed with society and therefore also communication. So because I'm obsessed with communication and I have been since I was a child because I tried to fix my trauma situation by communicating properly. Um, yeah, this is why I guess I can do this like I'm just gonna like say pretty well because I'm confident in my ability here, but it's also why I know that words can mean a lot to people. And it's just a thing where in order to keep something a safe space, I'm very aware that if you so the people okay, how the frick do I phrase that? Um the people who share the least are the people who feel the least comfortable and confident to share something, right? Why, like, common denominator here is insecurity, or a feeling of like discomfort or feeling unsafe. For whatever reason that is, it doesn't even matter. Like everybody usually has their own reason. It can be childhood trauma, it can be adult trauma, it can be something entirely different. It doesn't even matter that much. But the thing is, because we have a sort of anxiety around this, because otherwise we would share more, right? Like it's yeah, that's like usually why that happens. We usually have a really good alarm system, a really sensitive system to what are good people and what are bad people, what are safe people and what are unsafe people. This system is hyper aware to the point where we, for example, can struggle making friends or any type of safe connection. So yeah, I guess in that way, I'm like trying to make this as safe of a space as possible so that communication can happen here. Knowing that if like it's a requirement, which is more important than in, I don't know, like with people you already know for 10 years who know you for 10 years. But especially because of strangers and yeah. In a weird way, I guess I'm like very aware of the judgment people make of the stream here. And it's not a thing where I feel like, oh no, judgment, but it's a thing where I just know like this is survival instinct. And I don't want you to, like, I don't want to put you in a position where you need to battle your anxieties to be vulnerable here, but I want to make it as easy as possible for everybody to be vulnerable here. Can't you make words mean nothing, though, respectfully? I mean, I guess that would be like well, no, would it be the optimal system? I'm not sure. I'm like, I do understand the frustration for sure. Like, I'm freaking like gifted and autistic. Like, I understand the struggle, really. Like, respectfully, I absolutely do. Because I etch, like, I have struggled with not being seen as arrogant a lot in my life. Just because, well, as a kid, I was really, really direct with my words. I also had childhood trauma, like I really had something better to do. And I really did match well with a lot of my peers because of what I was going through and the problems I had. So, I don't know. I was a lot of the time just like way too direct for the people there. But it's really something where I don't know. I think it's a skill which is required in our society. And even though it's frustrating to build it, and especially if you're like bad at it or something, it's just something we need, sadly. Like, that's just like, it's like communication is really hard, and it would be amazing to make it more streamlined. It would be amazing to be able to like really share the thought you have just like that with the other person, right? Like, it would be absolutely amazing, but we sadly rely on words to communicate, on words and mimic and gestics, how's it, body language. So it's really, yeah, it's, we can only try to get better in that system and find the people which match, which match with us, to make communication as streamlined as possible. But it's not an easy task. So I am maybe just too emotional and too sensitive to hear people talk condescending about topics that I struggle with. I get worked up. That's why she moved to the Netherlands here. We don't care, you're really direct. Exactly. No. But yeah, it's like it entirely makes sense as Talarian, right? Like with the history you've been through, like it entirely makes sense that you're sensitive about the way people talk. And this is also like why, like, not everybody is meant to give emotional support. Like, not everybody is good at it, and that's all right. We just sort of need to know our abilities, I think. And we just need to know if we're like helping the other person right now with that or not. I think if we can get to the point already where we just have a sort of like, if where we like are really perceptive as to the feedback of what we say, I think that's already like a lot of value, because then we know when to like to shut up and when to say something. And that's already half the work, because luckily enough, like there's so many people in this society, we don't need to be good at everything. And as a friend, you don't need to be able to help your friend with everything. Like, you don't need to be the listening ear for every tiny little like problem and for every topic. But if we want to be the listening ear in a topic, or for example, if we are in a room where this is sort of required, then it's really important to just yeah, I guess to be able to yeah, mask if you're like more on the neurodivergent spectrum, or just to filter a little bit how you come across. That's also like that's a thing, like people always say masking with a sense of, oh, this is like inherently negative. I don't think it's inherently negative. Like, if we can't unmask, then sure. But I do think we always mask to some degree in our life. Like we behave different in like around our boss as we behave with friends, as we behave with our wife, husband, or they, them. Just with our partner, it's different. We behave towards kids, for example. Like, we don't explain something to a kid the same way as we were to explain it to our boss. And there's a reason for this, right? Like, there's different modes of, like, I guess, like communication we have. So it's really just, something we do. And I don't know. Yeah, it's something we do. Something which just helps communication work more smoothly. Did you know that already? About like before that? No, I thought it was amazing that you actually told me. Chinese customs, the woman need to not work, nor must she enter the kitchen. All household duties, earning money, cooking meals are the man's responsibility. When you object, she'll tell you you're a man. After working all day, I want to come home to a meal ready. When I'm unhappy, I need someone to comfort me. I hate my life. Is there anyone worse off than me? I don't think what's the word for it? Vergleich. Vollhorst, helf mir. Oh, thank you. I don't think comparing yourself to other people is gonna help you, right? Because imagine you are like, your life is the worst on the world. Like, how does that change how you deal with it? I don't think it will, right? There's also not really like, there's no like public declaration of like, oh, your life is the worst, so now you get the most help. So it's not really anything which like helps us in any way. What it does do, it isolates you actually. Because if your life is the worst, then nobody can relate to you and nobody can help you, right? Like, nobody knows your pain, nobody knows your situation, nobody can actually know how your life is like, and nobody can relate with you. And I think that is a really isolating, lonely perspective. No, Billy? Like, I honestly, like, I understand what you mean. Like, I even like, okay, like, I don't I don't appreciate the like meaning, like the sort of like undertone, I guess, because I don't want anybody like so just to clarify, I'm not in favor of traditional European gender roles. I think gender roles are always shit. I agree with you that the gender roles apparently in Chinese culture or like customs also seem really tough. I feel like I would hope that you can to some extent talk about this, but at the same time, if your parents decided who you marry, I think that's also an issue, right? Because it really like I don't know, like to me it seems like you have a wife, but you don't love your wife because your life like you didn't like chose like you didn't choose your wife and your wife didn't choose you, like your parents choose them, right? And put you together sort of. So it really seems like you have a wife, a life partner, but you don't have this like I don't know, like partner in crime, like in other cultures. Like I don't know, like I married my husband because I love him, and it's something which we were choosing, and that's a way different commitment, of course, to each other than if you have been chosen by your parents and now you're, I guess, living together, but you're more like, I don't know, like there's no, like it didn't start with a genuine connection. Or how do you see that? I'm somewhat autistic too, and this is also a thing I struggle with a lot. Yeah. Especially if you're like more like the autistic spectrum. I think like words can easily me like are like can be like really important. Um, because you categorize more actively between like people you can trust and people you can't trust, and you especially if like clearer lines, I guess. Um, so it can make it harder to actually like find connection in a safe person. But I hope you can, I guess, trust me here to moderate this community well. I'm the opposite. I think everybody has it worse than me, but it also makes me not ask for help. Yeah, like comparing is always shit. Like comparing your pain to others is really always not helpful. Because it's essentially like it's making up rules on how much you deserve. Um, so yeah, not not really helpful. Oh, Twisted Clouds, thank you for the follow. You love the stream, keep it up. Thank you so much. You're also in the Netherlands? Amazing. Love you for using my emote, by the way. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Don't forget to join the Discord if you want to. Like strangers. Yeah. I'm really sorry for you, Billy Blee. I think this is a really hard fate, honestly. I feel like, I don't know, like, is there, like, I mean, you're an adult now, right? Like, what would happen if you, yeah, if you would divorce and I guess, like, start over or something? Or, like, if you would take your life in your own hands? Like, what is standing in your way if you would do that? Because I feel like everybody deserves to choose whatever they want to do with their life. Yes, but I don't want children. Well, I mean, you don't need to have children, right? Like that's also a choice you're allowed to make. Like you can divorce and you can marry somebody who also doesn't want kids. Like I, for example, I don't want kids either. And I'm like married to Zach, and we both agree we don't want to have kids. So, um, it's like there's a lot of people actually like that. Like you're not alone with this, and you can still find a partner which loves you even though you don't want kids, right? Nice, Ellie. Amazing. Hi, Hui. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I mean, I've had a previous partner who did have this issue of always being on her phone consistently, keeps saying she's so bored and don't find any hobbies. She was staying home all day, nothing, just like wasting her life away just on her phone, even with me. Like, I'm working, I come home to do chores and cook and cleaning and taking care of the cats. Yeah. This can be really tough, right? Like, I mean, I feel like grumpy for you, it's definitely like you have chosen that partner at some point, right? You probably have like some emotional attachment to this partner and sometimes we can really like, it's not even so much about our partner not doing anything and leaving us alone with the chores, but it can really also just make it just way harder to feel connected to your partner if you feel isolated with all of these chores. Oh, I understand you, almost, yeah. My parents are still alive, and I don't want to disappoint them. Oh, love, but this is your only life. This is your only life. Your parents have born you, but are they entitled to your life too? If there are children, one must maintain this household. Oh, but I thought so you already have children, or? Hi, Crafty Run. Discovered your channel. What is it about? Oh, welcome, welcome. So many new people coming here. Where are you guys coming from? Huh? Like, who's talking good behind my back? I want to know. And hi, Horror Wolfman. Welcome, welcome. The common sense is at least carry your own weight in a relationship. Well, this doesn't need to be the same for every relationship, right? Like, that's also like, it's the common sense can be harmful to some relationships. Because, for example, like, if you compare it to like the common sense and like, oh, like everybody should like carry their own weight in a relationship, what about disabled people? Like, what about people which need care from their partners, more care than, or like not being able to carry their own weight? Like, that can be a healthy and glowing relationship too. Like, the way we define 50-50 is over a lifetime and with all the different things people can offer, which don't need to be a, you know, like, they really don't need to be a like physical work or anything. But both partners definitely do need to have agreed to it and be aware of what they signed up for. No, I'm not a psychologist. I don't have a professional, I didn't study psychology yet. I'm still considering, but I didn't study it yet. This is how to be an asshole. Oh, okay. What's going on? Like, that's harsh language. What do you mean? Like, which behavior? Yeah. Special cases require special treatment. What I had was a toxic relationship that is one-sided by all standards. Yeah, I agree. Bro even flipped us off. Yeah. I don't even know why actually. Or like, and like everybody did understand that like who's talking good behind my back was like a positive thing, right? Or like, yeah, well, no, actually I'm really unsure about what anybody did to be an asshole. So okay, let's step away from the word asshole, okay? Let's not take that with us. But yeah, like Horror Wolfman, like you wanna share what's going on? Like, can we clarify any misunderstandings? I mean, we definitely also want you to feel like this is a safe space. So well, I mean, if this is not directed at Horror Wolfman, then it's sort of like a true statement, right? Like some people are assholes. Like that's like we can all agree, right? Like in our world, there's just some people who are just mean. We don't have children yet, my thoughts. Once my parents pass away, I intend to divorce her, yes, that's precisely my plan. Billy Blair. I mean, can I ask how old you are right now? Is that okay? You don't need to answer if you don't want to. I feel lonely, I have no friends, I'm 36 years old, and I'm practically 36 years single. I'm sorry for you, Full-Host. And thank you for the follow, Crafty Run. Yeah. That's sort of what how I interpreted your statement as well. Just was clarifying. Zephyr is really... You're really trying to make it about people, like, honestly. Oh. I mean, if Asalarin says like it was not meant at him, it was just more in like a general sense, then I believe him. I also had that in mind, like, oh, okay. So what is this about? Like, because there are assholes in our world. 27. You have your entire life ahead of you. When do you think your parents are gonna die? Like, how old would you be? Oh, is the chance 50% to be unhappy, by the way, with relationships? Where's that coming from? That statistic. Yeah, guys, don't worry about your age. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm younger than them and I won't abandon this plan. That's okay. We don't want to push you. I just sort of wanted to know how long you think this plan will carry on for. Sort of. Because I feel like it has a different meaning of having this plan if it's like, I don't know, like if you expect your parents to die like in the next 2 years, right? That's a different plan than if you expect your parents to die in 30 years and it would be twice your lifetime, you know, of like what you have right now. So I'm just sort of like trying to understand the weight of your plan, I guess, if that makes sense. The first half of my life has been squandered. I shall not squander the second half. Well, I mean, that would... yeah, I take it. Oh. Okay, let me drink it first, but thank you. No, not on my mouse. I just cleaned it. I will try to. I keep it in mind. Thank you. I love that. With Squander, I actually got it. But I still appreciate it. I detest my life. I think that makes sense, honestly. Like, it doesn't seem great, does it? Like, you have a wife, so you like shouldn't be dating, you shouldn't do anything, you don't want kids, which is probably also expected of you. And you still feel like you can't leave though. Like this seems like a situation which is just oh my god, let's not give advice like this. Like let's take this serious, okay? Also playing League is a really bad advice. um, but let's take this serious. Because I think this is serious. Exactly, because there's nothing like you essentially like you don't have the chance to find love or have a different love until you're out of that marriage. And I think it's to me it seems really heavy that you feel so much weight to essentially sacrifice a good part of your life for maybe the happiness of your parents. Like, would you like what would happen if you would divorce your wife before you have kids? So like right now, because you said like you don't have kids right now, right? Uh, and you would find a new wife with which you would actually be happy. Like would that like I don't know, like would the good which comes out of that sort of make up for divorcing your first wife in front of your parents, or how would that pan out? Or would it just like still already like the judgment is made and then it would um so you believe it would bring them grief? So like the happiness you might get with a different wife which you actually love and have chosen yourself would not sort of make up for that grief. Toxicity can make you immune to getting offended. For most people, actually doesn't. For most people, it makes you. It raises the possibility of being depressed or getting suicidal ideations. So, or like feelings of isolation, loneliness. There is statistics on this actually. So this, like, I'm sorry if my question like seems stupid to you, Bilibly. I'm just not really informed about the this like conservative culture of China yet. But I mean, with your mind. So I'm just because for me it seems like a situation where like I don't know, like of course like my parents would be sad that like my relationship ends, but if I find a partner where they see me be like way happier with and actually be like a way happier person and seem like I have a happy life, then I think they wouldn't be mad at me anymore. So I'm just, I guess, trying to figure out if that would be the same with your parents or if it's more like a sort of like an honor thing of like, no, you have divorced and like divorce itself is like a really bad thing to do. And that's why sort of like divorcing itself, like even if it's like at the end turns into you finding a better relationship, is like really just a heavily, heavily negative thing. I can't find another one right now. I'm going to divorce my current spouse too. So you. Okay. This is just a grammatical sort of question. Um, if you say I'm going to divorce my current spouse too, it's saying there's multiple, like it's implying there's multiple spouses. That's not the case, right? Just to clarify, like this is just a language barrier, but that's not the case, right? Like you were paired with that one spouse and you will stay to like the plan is to stay together with him until your parents die, then divorce them and hopefully find a person you actually love. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. um Yeah, definitely. I do expect like the culture in China to be really heavily different to the culture in Germany. I do know some aspects. I just well, it also like always depends on the family, right? Yeah. Okay. So, wow, that's heavy. Like, is there any way you can, I guess, like make the best out of your situation right now? Like, is there a way you can maybe get to know the spouse you are with right now? And like maybe, I don't know, like try to find a way to make the best out of it. Because you probably like have multiple years in front of you, right? Hmm. Howell Wolfman actually never explained what it was about. Hmm. Asking a friend this question would be rather embarrassing. I understand. It's okay. I think it's good that you come here and that you talk to somebody about this because I think this is a heavy weight to carry. Because I feel like we shouldn't underestimate the effort it takes to carry this loyalty conflict with you. Because on one hand, you have a big loyalty towards your parents, and that's in itself, it's essentially a beautiful thing, right? It's like you want to be a good child, you want to do them well, you respect them, and you sort of want to thank them for the effort they put into raising you. And on the other hand, you have the loyalty to yourself and making the right choices for your life and living a life you want to live. And I think that is a really tough spot to be in, to not be able to align both of these things on one side. So I guess that's why, if sort of opting out of that relationship is not an issue, like is an issue and not an option, I feel like the other possibility you have, right, is trying to, I don't know, really just trying to get to know your wife and or like your partner, um, and trying to make the best out of that relationship with your partner. Hopefully, like, I don't know, like maybe there's some type of way where they actually are not too bad, you know? And then it's like you at least don't hate the entirety of this situation anymore. But it gets like just this tiny bit better, you know? But I understand how you envy life abroad immensely. And I'm really sorry that yeah, that you don't have much choice to live your life to the fullest and really do what you like, you know? Hi, Jelly Clutch. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? And thank you for the follow. I'm doing good. How about you? Hmm. You tried every possible approach. After all, we've lived together for 7 years. Oh. So, what is the sort of feedback you get? Like, what do you think is the like main the main problems? Sort of why you don't really, I don't know, like are not even like sort of be able to be friends. You're doing well, I'm glad. um, I'm from Germany. So I lived in Germany for till I was 22, 21, 22. And then I moved to the Netherlands. So now I live in the Netherlands. What about you? This is my plan. I shall live the life I desire. But so like only after like your parents died, right? But you're sort of like prepping for that. You're from Texas, USA? Or I bet it's way nicer weather at your place. Yeah. I'm I'm glad, believably, that even though you are in this shitty situation, you have something to look forward to. Because I think that's really, really important. I'm not gonna be the person who's gonna judge whether like your plan is right or wrong. I think that's entirely up to you to judge and to figure out, because it really, like, you need to do what's right for you. Maybe you can find some peace with that plan, and for like, you know, like what you do is, even though that this situation, like this your spouse hasn't been your decision since it was a prearranged marriage, but maybe you can find some peace if like nothing else is an option. Find some peace with the option that you chose and you choose to honor this respect to your parents. Like you could, you know, like you could be a person who's just divorcing, moving overseas, never have contact to your parents again. That could be a way how to handle this situation. But you don't. You stay in this to not disappoint your parents and to respect your parents. And you decided to stay in this. So what this can help with is not your situation inherently, but I think from sort of like what we know is that in negative situations, sometimes we are really, really bothered most by feeling helpless and feeling not in control. And just sort of knowing that you would have the option to just go, leave the country, never have contact to them again, break off with this whole culture, but you choose not to and you choose to stay, can help you to feel a sense of control and agency in that situation, even though it's an entirely sucky situation. And sometimes that can just offer us this like little bit of peace, you know? See, but you phrase it in a way where I cannot betray them, where you choose not to. You choose to be loyal to them. You choose to sacrifice a good part of your freedom for their honor and to not give them grief. You choose that. You can always decide to choose different, but right now you choose that. And it's something where you have control over, and you made that choice. And it's like you don't suffer through this because like for nothing, but you suffer through this because you don't want to betray them and because you do want to be loyal to them, which has a kind of purpose, you know? And you can always decide that this is not worth it to you and like leave or whatever and choose different. But that is why you commit to this. And I think just knowing your reasons, knowing why you stand through this, yeah. Like I said, it can really help with feeling like, I don't know, a little bit of purpose and agency and control over your own life. And it can feel like it can help to feel less helpless. And yeah, you know. Yeah. but it is your choice. It is a hard choice. It's a really hard choice. But it is your choice. And I think that, that, yeah, puts you in a place of, like, this is only online, otherwise I'd never dare to speak my mind. I understand. Speaking your mind is hard. It's dangerous sometimes even. But usually always scary. And it's, oh well, not always, but can be quite scary for a lot of people. But yeah, I don't know. It can really help us to not feel like a victim and to feel like there's a purpose behind what we do. Because feeling like a victim can feel really can be really, really tough. Because if you feel like a victim, it has to do with just yeah, with this powerlessness and well, it doesn't matter. You know? It doesn't matter, does it? I don't I don't think comparisons are valuable in any way here. Because you need to make your own decisions depending on your life only. And it shouldn't really change your decision, you know? It's fine, Estelarin. We don't compare trauma here. And hi, Pyro, by the way. Welcome, welcome. I noticed a few issues in your stream. If you allow me, I can tell you what they are. Oh, okay, sure. Go for it. Why don't I add a Christmas theme? Isn't that a Christmas theme? Like, I would say this is a Christmas theme. Like, tell me I'm wrong, but it's just I mean, feedback is always good. So, okay. Oh. So, yeah, okay. So what is the feedback you want to give? And this is my fate, to be born in a country and a conservative one at that. Well, it's in a weird way we all have struggles, right? Um, the struggles look different, but there is a lot of people with really heavy struggles. And I don't, yeah, that's why I don't really like comparing, because I don't think it helps in any way, right? Because it's like, how do we determine what is, like, how bad something is? Um, do we just objectively look at the situation and determine it based off of that? But I don't know, like, that's not really, I don't know, like, it's not really useful, is it? Because some people like experience a car crash and are afterwards traumatized by it. And some people experience a car crash aren't traumatized afterwards. So it's a very, very personal experience. And because we don't need this comparison in order to get any like sort of like helpful resources, we also like don't really need to do that. Like in society with capitalism, like we need to compare ourselves in our skill and stuff like that, and how like valuable we are for a company, or maybe even in the dating market of like how valuable we are as a partner. um but I don't know, like I feel like in the mental health sector, well, I guess in some instances we sadly sort of do, but at least the idea of the mental health sector, I guess, is that you don't need to compare yourself. Like you don't need to have like a worse issue for you to get the resources you need. Um, but we instead try to help everybody. And I think that's also what we just do here in the stream. Like we don't have forever as time, right? But we just do try to have time for everybody if we can. So, you know, it's like asking someone what's their favorite song and then you say, no, you're wrong. Yeah, in a weird, this is, I think it's a example where I'm not sure if everybody's gonna get it, but it's a very individual thing. Like how big a problem is a very individual thing. And it doesn't, like, at the end of life, right? Like, will we regret life less if we like regret like bad choices less if we know that other people made worse choices? Like, is that how it's gonna go, or will we just still just regret stuff because we would have liked to have a different life? And won't we just compare it to our own standards and our own hopes and beliefs and expectations instead? I think that's really important. I think comparing it to our own expectations is important. So we find out in which area we need to get better and we are lacking, and which area of our life needs to be improved for us to be happy and fulfill our standards of happiness, really. You know? So, yeah. You feel hopeless. You have the impression I'm going to be single the entire life. I'm sorry for you, Full. Why do you feel that way? Like that's a like feeling like you're like, do you feel like you're unlovable? Or do you feel like you're just not gonna meet the right person? Also, Esther Laren, how do you mean that? I'm really confused about the context here. So not entirely sure. Ah, okay. Hmm. What is it that you feel like you're missing out on? I really like, I don't know, I always feel so mean when I need to say your name because I'm like full lost. But like, in which, why would it be bad to stay single your entire life? Like, this might seem like entirely obvious to you, but trust me, there's a lot of ways how people sort of see that. So, in which direction are we going here? But I do often like a creep or weirdo because I just struggle to make normal connections and feel people judging me by just looking at me. Feels to me like you're probably changing your behavior because you are changing your behavior in terms of adjusting to people not liking you before they probably not like you. Yeah, it can make us do very weird things if we're insecure about this, because insecurity is a really weird motivator. It can make us make like stupid jokes, talk into any type of silence, be uncomfortable with big feelings in the room, and just dismiss feelings because we're so uncomfortable and insecure. It can make us speak over people the entire time and try to stand in the spotlight. It can make us not respect other people's boundaries, right? Because we're so worried about them not actually wanting to listen to us that we just try to ignore the signs and then actually at some point ignore signs of them not wanting to listen to us. I feel lonely. I'm really missing affection. Not solely emotionally. I want to hug many of them actually. I understand. Hugs are really amazing, right? Like, I don't know, like, I'm such a hugger. Like, I love it. It's really hard for me to sort of initiate that, but I do love hugs. Like, I've come from like sort of like a household. I don't know, maybe that's the same for you, Volhorst. But I've come from a household where it's like really, um, I don't know, where physical contact was really tough, like a really complicated topic. Like my dad would always hug me like way too long and crossing boundaries, where you would then sort of determine if you like, I don't know, you would rather like not hug him in some situations because you knew it would cross boundaries and would be like too long or like stinky or whatever. And with my mom, it's sadly I sort of was manipulated to the point where I didn't hug her anymore, and then she didn't initiate it anymore, and so I lacked physical contact a lot as a kid. Maybe it's a way my brain wants to keep me safe because opening up makes me vulnerable to rejection and judgment. Oh, probably. Like, for sure it is. But like most things we do, which are actually not really helpful for us, are sort of some type of coping mechanisms we came up with when we were a kid. And this is also how sort of advanced they are. Like they don't really help us long term anymore, but as a kid we thought this is a great idea. I'm gonna start doing that. Like it's based on kid logic a lot of the time. Um and that's why if we turn adults, we usually like need to adjust them. But it's sometimes like especially if you've gone through trauma, it can be really, really hard to adjust them because your survival depended on was dependent on them. So yeah. I never even knew I loved physical touch until me and her started sitting close to one another every single time we can, and now I don't think I can live without that constant physical touch. Yep, that's usually the first sort of like better, bigger, whatever relationship. If you come from such a household and we're lacking physical touch, um, yeah, it's like essentially like sitting on each other the entire time. Very common thing. Like Zach and me still like we low key like we spend every day together. Like if I'm away, like for example in Germany for like 1 week, it's like it feels so weird. It just feels so weird because we always are together. Like we do everything together. I do not like physical contact, and that's because the forms of abuse I've been through. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Um I guess if you can take anything from this, it's maybe that for me, actually, this relationship started when I didn't want any boyfriend at all. And that was the moment where actually like my standards were at a way better point than before. Because I was happy to not have anybody. I felt happy on my own, but then somebody just came along which fit. And at the same time, it's really important to, I guess, to see that your partner can't be everything. Like in our relationship, because of this pattern, actually, in the beginning of our relationship was toxic because we expected our partners to solve everything in our lives. Like we expected them to like heal our trauma essentially and just be everything, give us everything we need. And this is like a really high standard for a partner, and not like if we only have one person who needs to fulfill all of the needs we have, and we're not able to fulfill any of these needs without them, it's actually usually ending up in a toxic cycle. Or in a just, well, it doesn't even need to be toxic, but just unstable situation. Because it's such a tall order for that person. So, what I think the best preparation is for a good relationship is to learn how to be happy on your own. And start putting effort in to find friends and keep friends close, keep friendships alive, like stay in touch, all of this. Because connection really, and here I'm just gonna cite Brennan Lee Mulligan. Connection comes at the cost of community comes at the cost of comfort and convenience. It's, I don't know, like showing up for people when they need help, when they're moving and stuff like this is not always nice. But it's necessary in a good friendship. Or, I don't know, being vulnerable to people. Like, it can be really scary and turn out bad. But it's necessary for anybody to get to know us. And in that way, we're really our own life's smith, if you want to say it that way. It's the connections we have are dependent on us 50%. Essentially, actually more, because we could get to know more people, right? Like we could get to know different people. Like the type of friends we find, the type of social circles we are in is also our decision. And it's just a thing where expecting one person to fix your entire life is making you dependent on somebody else. Where that dependency actually can lead you to, for example, cross your own boundaries because you're so afraid they're gonna leave you. And if you're not able to like properly talk about your boundaries, you might quietly resent them. And then maybe even be like a bit evil to them and stuff because you just have this like resentment and can't talk about it. Because you feel like there's no space for having boundaries because you're so insecure that they will leave you. And that's like the sort of like really, really weird thing about relationships, right? Like in order to have a stable and safe attachment style, you need independency, which seems like a thing that doesn't really make sense, right? Like if you're independent, like why would you like really be invested in attachment and stuff like this and in that like friendship or relationship or whatever? But that's the thing, like for a stable and healthy connection, we really do need the independency and the confidence to be able to speak about our boundaries, because otherwise it's just going to be a minefield and like nobody's talking to the other person. Like everybody knows where like the minds of the other person are, but it's not telling them, and you're going to hurt each other way more. And if you then like still stay, you are just in a toxic relationship. So I don't know, like if that sort of helps, like that's also really the work like we had to put in with our relationship to make it work and to translate that relationship from this like high school relationship of like really being dependent on the other person and expecting so much from them to then switching to a or like forming and trying to work on a safe and stable attachment style. Because otherwise, our relationship would have fucking burned and crashed like a car crash. And I don't know. It's just relationships and attachment style, connections, they are effort. And the most effort is actually in fixing your own issues to be able to, yeah, be a transparent and safe person to the partner, to be able to say what you need and what you don't need, where your boundaries are and where they're not. So it's really a thing which you learn actually through trial and error with relationships. So you need to open up, you need to be heard, you need to learn, find a better way, try and make it work. Like connection is really something where it's like, you know, connection is really something where it's tough. You know, it's tough to figure out how to make it properly work. Like nobody really knows. Like even I don't really know, even our psychologists don't really know. Like connection is a thing we don't really like pass on to our children as well. Like so many parents have actually like toxic relationships, and there's so much judgment and comparison from society. Like forming safe and stable attachment styles and connections is a thing which is highly individual, and we need to work on actively to make it happen. It's not a thing which comes naturally. So, but at the same time, if we do work on it, it's a thing where we essentially can learn how to make it work with a lot of people. And not only just one person, not only the love of our life, but actually with a lot of people. And so if you have that figured out, it's actually sort of like quite likely that you're going to find a person where like which it works with. And it's probably not that hard. If that makes sense. Follow us? Like do you were you able to follow me through it all? I see, Pyro. Well, we'll see how that works. Hmm. Yeah, emotional neglect is really horrible. I'm really sorry for you, Esther. You're not as fortunate, just access this platform now. I have to use a VPN because China restricts access to foreign websites. Ah, so annoying. It's really like, I am glad, really, that I live in the Netherlands and that our internet here, at least, is like not really restricted. But yeah, I think the situation in our entire world is, yeah, sort of really dependent on where we live at right now. But I'm really glad there are something like VPNs, right? Like we can be glad about that. So that's at least good. We have sort of the technique to avoid certain restrictions. I'm glad you're not pushing her and like take it on her time. That's really important, Pyro. Hi, Struda. Oh, okay. Except for the 30-second ad, yes. Oh, Full House, you need to tell me if you have ads. Like always just like write like ads or I have ads or whatever. And then tell me when you're back. Because the annoying thing is, sadly, it's I see when people have ads, but this only like the amount of the ads people have and when the ads actually are is essentially different for like which country you watch from. So for you, it's different than for me in the Netherlands. And for Pyro, it's different. And for Fluffy, it's different. So it's really like I can't know when you guys have ads on and when you don't. So you sadly, like, you always need to inform me. And then I can, like, wait and, like, wait for you to come back. Yeah. I know this is an unusual request, but I would love to hear your reaction to a song. Do you take those? Can we put that on the back burner for a bit? Just until we feel like, okay, there's, like, definitely, like, space and stuff. Are there restrictions on the internet? Yeah, I don't think so, right? I still haven't had ads for a while. Weird, right? Oh, I love that. That was so cute from Ellie. That was so cute. Oh. Yes, it taught me English, then my grammar is flawed, and I picked up a smattering of Japanese. I had originally planned to travel to Japan, but then issues arose between the two countries. Oh. Hmm. I still want to go to Japan one day, but yeah. Didn't really, I don't know, make it yet. We, like, bought the apartment, renovated it. I don't know, so many things came in between it as well. So annoying. But yeah, I'm sorry. Like, how is it to, like, travel to Japan if you're Chinese? Like, is that what you need to fear specifically? By the way, of course, only say what you feel comfortable with. Like, there are low-key, like, some horror stories where I'm like, if that's true, that's crazy. Wouldn't want to be in that situation. But yeah. I've seen, actually, a video recently of, I think it was an American who in Japan by American soldiers got beaten up or something. And also, like, there's been, I've shared on Instagram a story post where it's like, screw it, I still need to do all of those things. But where Germany now actually got so it's a website which is judging how safe it is to, like, speak up and, like, actually, like, sort of like yeah, how safe it is to say what you think. And Germany is now apparently on the level of it's obstructed. Like, free speech is obstructed. Crazy. Has been leveled down twice, say, in the last couple of years or whatever. So seems, yeah. Yes, on your Chinese netizen showered him with virtual gifts, urging him to beat up Japanese and Koreans. Oh my god. Well, I hope we get through rather okay through this part of history. But yeah, I'm also really concerned where this is leading us. I'm glad you are, Pyro. Pirate Bay is banned on Dutch internet. Didn't even know. I'm just in a hole. I'm depressed. I'm apathetic. I feel like not able to do anything. I'm really sorry, full host. Believe what is that reaction to? Like, let's make sure full host knows that it's not because of their message, and that we take their message and their vulnerability seriously. Are you in therapy, by the way? Or have you been in therapy, or do you have any like professional did you have any professional mental health care already for host? Since decades. Oh, okay. So how is that going? Like, is there any progress with your therapist? Like, how do you feel connected to your therapist? Like, do you feel like it's helping, or progress is very slow, but that is because of me? Well, depends. But I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. It's not my judgment to make. I mean, how connected do you feel to your therapist, Elfolorst? Like, is it... Do you feel like they really understand you? And it's a safe space where you can, like, entirely, like, be open and everything. And hi, nice guy. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. You have imaginary rescripting tomorrow? Well, always remember, like, you can always make the decision that something is, like, not working, right? But I'm glad you give everything a shot, Astalarin. I think it's always important to try, right? So, I don't know. I hope it gives you, like, a good, I don't know, like a good feeling or good feedback, maybe. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. So, I don't know. I just hope it's gonna be useful. Which foreign videos to learn knowledge and enhance my value for a long-term plan? I have no mental illness. Oh, you don't? I thought you were. I thought you said you were depressed, Bilibly? Or you want to give it a fair chance and not chicken out because it hurts? Whatever you think makes sense. I mean, after all, I'm not a therapist. I think for some people it can actually be like really good to So I don't know if that's like for um if that's a thing for you, right? But for me personally, I think it's um actually been an important lesson to say I don't want to do something because I was so focused on making progress and fixing myself, that I was more going into the direction of like ignoring my pain and my experience in order to fix myself. So it was still dismissing my emotions like before, but now for like a better goal or anything. It was still the same thing. So just putting that out there. I think my therapist understands. The thing is that I have difficulties to ask for help and have difficulties to accept help, and I had already many therapists. Oh, and somehow I seclude myself way too much. Hmm. My wife's nearly back. I'd better get on with the cooking. See you later. All right. Goodbye, Billy. Bye bye. Hmm. Well, I mean, oh, that's tough, right? Full horse, like I'm. Like this is a really, really tough situation. Like for me, I just know that like that was my experience. That with the first therapist I had, I didn't like really feel like I don't know connected or like she probably understands. But with the therapist after that, I actually felt like really connected and like he really really understands me and that I don't know, I guess gave me the space to be vulnerable and really like open up and commit to opening up as well. Um so I'm just I don't know, I'm just sad to hear that you don't that this is not the effect for you of I don't know that the therapist like giving you or is able to give you that amount of safe space to make it I guess easier to speak up and speak out. But I think it's really good that you are in therapy. And I think you should give yourself credit that you know, you're trying. And I mean, who knows? Maybe you give your best. And like, there's other people who just avoid their problems their entire life. They fucking die with them, right? Like, they die ignorant and just, I don't know, like, try to cope their entire life. So it's just you try to face them, and I think that's respectable already. And it doesn't need to be fast, you know? The therapist knows everything needed, I think. The thing is that I can't act. Well, if you can't act in the way they sort of like expect from you or the treatment plan you have, then it's time to find a new treatment plan. It's time to find smaller steps you can take. Like the therapy shouldn't, you know, like I feel like the therapy shouldn't depend on you being able to like beat your fear or anxiety or whatever. Um like usually you just like step down the plans. Like if one thing is too much, then you take it slower and you make tiny, tiny steps to the point where you can do them. I can't say no, and it has to do with my childhood because saying no was not safe. Yeah, I understand. It's really hard. It's hmm. I mean, that's the annoying part, right? Like you get out of one abusive situation, but if you're not able to speak up for your boundaries, it just you find the next person who's filling that place. Oh no, no, don't. It's entirely fine. Like, please don't worry. Like, are you worrying about me personally or about other people in chat? For last. Cheese tacos, welcome. Just start consuming copious amounts of pre-workout, blasting roids, and listening to Katy Perry, and the mental health should be permanently fixed. Sure. But this is actually a serious safe space, so let's try to treat this with the respect it deserves. And hi, Tony Gamer. Hey, your channel is the best to come to. I have health anxiety and depression. I'm sorry for you. That seems really hard. So both. Okay. So it's probably more about like SLRN, I guess, because SLRN was like more actively in chat. SLRN, do you are you bothered by Elfholhorst actually like talking about this? Because I don't know if you were able to like read it, but yeah, they have like a bad feeling, I guess, for the lack of a better word, about what they told us. So, but yeah, you don't need to like you don't need to be worried about me, Elfholhorst. I'm I'm like choosing this, right? So like first of all, like I'm here in my free time. And if I wouldn't want to listen to something or something would be triggering, I would say that. So it's like don't worry, okay? Don't worry about me. I'm also able to like emotionally regulate myself, so you don't need to worry about my emotions. Like where like if something you say is sad, then this is fine. Like I don't regret feeling sad, if that makes sense. And I'm really glad that you're vulnerable with me, and I feel honored that you are. And I feel honored that, especially sort of, I guess, after the like starting issues we had here, you now still took the chance. And I actually feel like you know, you're doing a pretty good job. Like you're pretty brave talking about here, and I really hope that maybe if we talk about this, just you know, like sometimes a little more, then maybe this is actually sort of like helping you to build your confidence to speak better, maybe, or like get more out of your therapy or something like this. But we'll see. But until then, I'm just happy that you see this as a place to seek support from. And I'm glad we're able to be there for you in this way. I would feel bad if we couldn't, you know? Oh, I see. I don't think you are. I think with. So, this is sort of the thing with like, I'm gonna come back to you, Tony Gamer, in a second. I really like, this is like, you're new here, so you probably don't know. But I go into one topic and then I like read everything and then we like move on to the next. But this is thankfully the like that's the good and the bad about mental health struggles, right? Or like health struggles in general, I guess. It's a very, very individual and vulnerable topic. It's something where we have social stigma, and it's something where there's just, I don't know, it's just hard to talk about it because it's, I don't know, it's so personal, right? And it's so individual. At the same time, it's for better or for worse, it's not uncommon. Like having depression or like, I don't know, like feeling like you're too late in life, or feeling like you don't matter, or like nobody cares about you is, well, for better or for worse, not not a unique feeling. Like a lot of people feel like this. Um, which, on a good note, means that there's actually a lot of people which can relate to you. And not only which can relate to you and make you feel not isolated and not lonely with this, but there's a lot of people who were able to relate to you but are now better and actually found a solution. So that's the other good thing. Like feeling like you're too late in life, feeling like you're unlovable and like you're gonna like die single like a Pringle is something where there's been many people thinking this, and many of them are happy now. And I'm not going to pretend like everybody is happy now, because we do have suicide rates and we can't neglect them. But I'm just saying you're not the first and only person with this. And there have been many before you who've got out of there and found their personal happy end. And so, in a weird way, even though your problems are, of course, entirely individual, they're not unique. And we actually have science on how we can fix them and how therapy is working and why therapy can work. So that's also good, right? Like we actually have doctors which can help with that. It's not like an uncurable disease or something. And there is friends and family which can understand. Sometimes they're more useful than other times. That's fair. But I'm sure your life can get better. You know? It's like, I think no matter what you live through, you can always find ways to make your life better. Maybe it's not going to look like this first expectation you had as a 5-year-old child of becoming an astronaut, you know? But it can always get better. And especially if your life's shitty, right? Like there's like so much which is better. It's like, it's not a good, like, you know, like I'm just saying. Like it can definitely get better, and If you're already in therapy, give yourself some credit for that. Give yourself some credit that you're trying to get better. And you are in the system and you're doing your best, you know? And just do what you can and find a way how you can make your life better. And this doesn't need to look like the basic life of a random human, of the average German. This can be entirely different. Do what works for you. Yeah. Oh, you're Swiss, by the way? Well, then it's Switzerland. Then the average Swiss. So, welcome, Naradin, by the way. um, you lost your adopted mom to pancreas cancer last June, Tony Gamer. I'm really sorry for you. How are you doing? Like, do you have people to talk to about this? I'm gonna head to the toilet real quick. I'm back in a second. See you. Okay, I'm back. So, Tony Gamer, did you still hear me? Are you still here? Maybe I should have sort of like. Okay. Yeah. I guess I should probably like say in the beginning how our stream works. So, there's actually one more thing I wanted to say, which is that there's actually what is a really good thing about humans, in a weird sense, I guess, is that we are very resilient creatures. Um, and what that essentially means is that we're really, like, we're able to adapt a lot to a lot. That's also like why we live on the entire freaking planet, right? Like, we're able to adapt to the weirdest circumstances. Like, we can live in the in the desert, and we can live in fucking snowland, you know. And especially as kids, we are very, very resilient. To the point that we can like change our entire personality to adapt, to survive. So sometimes when we've sort of like survived like a lot of like childhood trauma, right? Then we're actually, it's not, I don't know, I feel like sometimes we see ourselves as so sensitive and so fragile. And we feel like we're not resilient at all. And we're so maybe even weak, or and like just all of these things, right? But I don't know. We usually are very resilient. We're just also really sensitive. Like our systems, our survival systems, trigger way earlier, and essentially our resilience as a kid, the way we adapted as a kid, and the way we were able to adapt that much to survive, now also puts us in a position where we are adapted to a war situation which is not happening anymore. But where it's like it's way harder to deny a war happening instead of denying a war not happening. Wait. Yeah. The double no took me off guard for a second. But you know what I mean? Like as a kid, we are in this survival situation, and it's like being like not changing and pretending like we're not in that survival situation. That's a like probably nobody will do that. You know, like that's gonna be a really tall ask. Like telling a kid, like even if you tell a kid like, hey, this is something which is like, yeah, your mother does that, but like, you know, like in general society you don't really need to follow that, whatever, you probably still will adapt. Like you believe the war you see in front of your eyes. But then we go away where we're out of that situation at some point. And now we should believe that normal society, even though we have lived in that normal society when we were a kid as well, like we've touched, at least like sort of like also touched normal society. Now we should believe that this normal society doesn't have that war and isn't judgmental or dangerous like our childhood upbringing situation maybe. And that's a ask which is something where it's so hard to change because we need to believe it. We really need to believe it in our core. And I don't know, I mean, look at how society is being portrayed, right? And then how maybe like bad coping mechanisms pan out in adult life. How not sharing stuff pans out in finding friends in adult life. It's so hard to step away from that belief and that belief system because we survived with that. We have trained that for years and years of essentially war in our homes. And we were resilient enough to come out of that, to survive that. And even as adults, usually, especially when we're sensitive, we're also very resilient because we are being tested so often, right? Like, resilience doesn't mean that you're not affected by something. Resilience means that you're able to stand back up, that you're able to come back from something. You're able to calm down. You're able to stand through something. But it's just we're trained for a war situation which is not going on anymore. But that were the only skills we learned. So now we're essentially, in a weird way, you can really you can take this further. Like, now we're that soldier coming home and we're supposed to be a carpenter. We're like, this is not what we learn. This is not our skill set. That we try to fix every situation with the tools we know makes sense, you know? So it's one, yeah, exactly. The war is still really alive in your head, yeah. It's one part is overcoming and really getting to the point where you believe you don't need those skills anymore because you're not in a war zone. Like, the first step is to realize that you stepped out of the war zone and now you don't need those skills anymore. And the second step is to actually learn the skills you do need. To learn how to be a carpenter and a father, and don't try to use your soldier whipping your troop into shape for the last battle skills on your kid trying to learn cycling, you know? Because, yeah, in a weird way, it really, do you guys know this saying of, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail? That's that's low-key true. Like, that's also how our mind works. It's like the pathways we use a lot of the time, and we go a lot of the time, are easier to our neurons go that pathway, make that connection easier than other pathways. So essentially, the more you train yourself, the more you've been in situations where you had to use that pathway in your brain of danger, or all pathways around the term I'm in danger, or manipulation, for example. It's the more you use that, you train that for years and years and years of training. And as a kid, that was your priority. You didn't work 8 hours where this wasn't necessary, but this was your priority. You trained that 24/7. And then you get out of that situation, and that pathway is still gonna fire the entire fucking time because you walked it so much that you will use that pathway for everything in the vicinity, really. And this is also how that pathway gets like bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like in the forest, you know, like if somebody like how do you call it? Like if somebody just like a walking path, you know, which is not an official path, but it's like shorter. And then like at the beginning, one person is taking that, and then two people, and then three people, and then four people, and at some part it becomes such a like flat way where like no grass is growing anymore that it actually looks like a real path. And at some point, actually, your freaking city is just going to acknowledge, okay, this is the way people will go. So now we actually make it a proper pathway. Like, this is also how that works. So it takes active unlearning of those habits, which is hard and takes time. And this is nothing to, you know, to punish yourself for. Like, I feel like we sometimes neglect the service our body has done for us. Like, you went through that and you came out of it and lived. You know, like you survived that situation to the best you could. Your body and your thinking, like everything, like you did the best you could as a kid to survive. To stay out of harm's way. You did the best you could. And this is every kid. Like every kid just does the best it can to stay out of harm's way. And just survive. And I feel like, I don't know, it's a perspective we sometimes lose out of sight because of all the negative things, these like bad coping behaviors, sort of like put in our lives, and how they just make our lives harder and harder, and we just wish we could just entirely forget this. But it's really something where I don't know, I feel like for a long time in my life, I lost the ability to see how I should have compassion with myself, with my inner child, with my teenager child, with my trauma responses. I just hated them. Like, why do I behave like this? But that kept me alive. And it didn't keep me from anything because it was a fucking impossible situation. You know? But it tried. And I shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. So, I don't know, even though some of these coping mechanisms are now really, really unhelpful to us, it's sometimes really nice to, or for some people it can work, as it worked for me, to approach it with compassion in a way of like, I understand why I chose to cope like this, why I chose to react like this in these situations. And I understand how this situation now brings back that other situation and how I again want to act like this. But instead of screaming at my inner child what the fuck it's doing and this is wrong and that shouldn't be like this, it's teaching my inner child how to actually help myself in that situation. And be like, I understand what's going on, but see all of these things we learned. Believe me, this is not how we're going to fix that situation. And let me try this. And if it goes wrong, okay, we do your way again. But let me try this. Your brain tricks me that I deserved what I got growing up. Well, you probably got told that too. but it's really it's something because of these pathways and because we trained these pathways heavily. It's not the fault of your brain. You know, you were trained to think that. Because if you wouldn't have, you would have maybe asked for help. You would have maybe told on your parents. You were trained to believe that. And it's an active process to untrain that. It's a process we train daily. It's a process where we accept where we come from. Or that's sort of how I did it. Like in a really let's put this out really logical. But the way I sort of I guess overcame this is that I guess believed myself. You know, like I believe me how I feel in that situation. I believe myself that I don't see any other possibility. But I also believe my therapist that not the entire world is bad. I believe me that I only see that one explanation. And so I sort of I accept where I come from and what I'm trained to do. But it's a situation where, because I know what I'm trained to do, I know how to predict when I'm going to feel like this again. So now, whenever a situation comes up which makes me be in that headspace, I know that it's just... What is going on there? Give me a second. Okay, sorry, there was we got the postal service was here, and there's a problem with sort of a package. It's ordered something wrong. Anyways, it didn't really matter, but I just wanted to be there to assist if I can. But yeah, to me, it really helped to go about this from a really logical standpoint of okay, this is where I come from, this is what I'm trained to do and believe. And I don't want to do or believe that anymore. So how will I fix that? And how, my approach, I guess, to this was that I absolutely limited my exposure on anything which is portraying the things I don't want to believe in anymore, and I maxed my exposure to things which are showing me the different way and the way I do want to believe in and the things I do want to do. And that, for example, meant with like body dysmorphia that I changed my entire algorithm on social media. Like I unfollowed a bunch of people, even though I liked their content, just because I knew that they trigger my body dysmorphia. I banned like profiles because of that, because I just like for myself, like I blocked them. That's how you say it, like you block them. Because I just didn't want to see the content anymore. And I actively made the choice to not like that content anymore, but only like the content which is actually serving my the new headspace I want to get to. I changed my home here. I talked to Zach about it, how I want to change that. I changed my stream as well. Also the content of my stream. I changed like the series and movies I was watching, and every time I had a situation where I just had these old thoughts coming up, I really focused on what I want to think instead. And how, like, I tried really to challenge these thoughts and challenge these old patterns. And so when I thought somebody is, I don't know, like condescending or something, I asked them if they were. If I didn't want to like look at someone or whatever because I thought they would reject me, I still did it. And just sort of like just to unlearn these patterns, if that makes sense. And you need to start tiny, tiny, tiny with that. So the first start is in therapy itself. But this is really, I guess, how I sort of like, I don't know, like how I help myself to untrain that. Because I just recognized how easy it is for me to think that way. And I tried to make it as easy as possible to not think that way, if that makes sense. Like it's still like it took ages, right? Like it took years, but and it's still going on. But it's really something where it gets better with every time and it gets easier with every time. And it was also, for example, like breaking off contact with my dad. Like that was also a part of it. And it just gets easier with every time because it's a habit you have in your system and you need to actively unlearn. And it's just, I don't know, like recognizing that you will go into that direction if you put yourself in that position is I think an important factor, because then you can actually like help yourself to not be in those positions. Yeah. So do you like, do you know what I mean, Estelarian? And Ariel Night Sky, by the way. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I ignored your message for so long, but I really wanted to not lose my thoughts on this topic. But I'm glad you're here and I really appreciate the compliment. And welcome back, Bilibli. But yeah. So I don't know, I feel like sometimes it can really help in a weird way to not focus on changing yourself, but changing everything around you so it's easiest to change yourself, if that makes sense. Because it's just, yeah, like depending on like how hard the task is, it's really like it needs time and it needs a lot of energy. And like, especially if you learn something for years, right? Then coming out of this and not thinking that way anymore, that's tough. And especially, for example, if it's something our society is teaching you as well, right? Like, it's sort of like body dysmorphia is a very common thing. Like, our social media is essentially like teaching us body dysmorphia, or our media in general. And it's just, if we don't want to go into that direction, like if we don't want that to be an issue ever, like it's really like, it makes it so much easier if we limit our exposure on that. Because it's just, I don't know, like we really like take in what happens in our surroundings. Like, we're not secluded people, you know? We're, we definitely like, we are a part of society, and we take in whatever we are exposed to. How's it going? We have a lot of topics today. It's a long stream, but it's really interesting too. Ah, no. Yikes. Then let's wait. I need to drink my energy drink now. I wanted to drink it the entire day already, but I waited way too long. Little energy? Yeah. hmm I got the ginger shots in my oh, that burns.
Blows.
Yeah. Oh, me too, me too, me too. I didn't take any yet. I tried. I was drinking my tea the entire time. It was so much. You were supposed to drink them, not brew them. I tried, Naranim, I really did. But I just needed that, like, that ginger air. Ginger strawberry air. You're back. Perfect. So you went for 5 a.m. run, minus 15 Celsius. So, like, what? Oof. Okay. And then watched a video that changed my perspective on life. Feeling really positive. That does feel like one of those situations where you're like, did you ever like walk sort of like at night, or like when it's dark outside in the rain, and then like things just hit different, you know what I mean? Like the concentration is just different. Like, it feels like one of those situations where you're like, I don't know, like you weren't even ready for it, but now you're locked in with the universe. I love ginger food, but drink no Thai. Yeah, well, I mean, this is like super like spicy. I'm just drinking it because I worry I'm gonna get sick for Zek's birthday, and I don't want to. So prevention is key. If I get a can, it's the orange one from Lidl. I really like this one. It's the cassis flavor. Listen to music, watch uplifting videos, help people with disabilities, compare that to your own situation, and you realize you're rather fortunate. Wouldn't you agree? Um, I mean, I agree that this is the outcome for most people. I also agree that we have a habit in our society of dismissing our own emotions by comparing our situation to other people's situations and therefore not accepting our pain and suppressing our pain. I don't believe in suppressing our pain. Like for some people this can maybe like work and be entirely fine, but if it's a situation where we suppress our pain instead of actually feeling fortunate, um then I don't think that's a beneficial um beneficial thing for actually changing something about your life, but it's a coping mechanism of suppressing bad situations to pull through. Yeah. Because yeah, like if you think like others have it worse than you, you're probably like less likely to seek out therapy or support or something, for example. So that's not really helpful either. Yeah. I think I don't know, like I feel like it's important to, or it can be like really insightful actually, to just take comparing out of that. Because instead of using other experiences then to either um, suppress your own experiences or actually make your own experience more valid, if we take that comparison away from the equation, our own experiences can be valid and the experiences of others can be valid. And then it's just, we're able to be connected to other people instead of being disconnected to other people. So, yeah. So, what is funny about that? Yeah. Sometimes a really long learning process, as that, Aaron. I get that. But it's good that you're on the way. So, Bilibli, what is funny? Mm, I see. Yeah, I guess world champion. But yeah. So, do you agree, Bilibli, that comparing yourself is not useful? Or, or no? There's, by the way, a response feature, um, like, or yeah, like a reply feature. I mean, you used it in the bottom, which I think, especially like if other people say like multiple things, it's like really helpful to like clarify um what is funny, right? And so to clear up any like misunderstandings and just make sure that the other person feels safe and doesn't feel like we're like judging her or make fun of. Because this is should be a judgment-free zone and a safe space. And even though like I can try hard to make this a safe space, it really relies on everybody's teamwork to make this a safe space. And everybody's responsibility to make sure everybody feels seen and heard and feel like they're able to, talk about whatever they want to and however vulnerable. Well, I mean, this shouldn't be the space where you need to have a thick skin still. Right. So I rather have this a safe space where people don't need to have a thick skin. I think this chat is nicer if we're all able to have like a really thin skin actually. And are able to be like really vulnerable because we like that the other chatters treat us with respect, love, and compassion. So that's what we try. Yeah. And that's what I try to just remind everybody about. So, is there something specific, Estelarin, where you struggle with applying it in real life? Okay, this is a lot. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, letting go is also a skill, right? So, like, which skill do you feel like are you lacking but do understand about letting go? Where you're like, oh, I would need to do like just that, but I just can't apply it. We still have I still have all the things from Struder. Is I drinking something? Okay. Quickly airing out the apartment. Hmm. This is way too cold. So, how are you learning compassion now? Because it's something which can be learned, right? Everybody is invited to take part in like stretching, drinking, airing out their room. It can be. I have compassion to others, but not to myself. Why do you not have compassion to yourself? Because if you can have compassion to others, you know how compassion works, right? So the question I'm essentially asking is there a fear that it's unsafe, for example, to have compassion to yourself? Because I don't know, when you had like compassion to yourself back then, it wasn't, you were like punished extra or something. Like, you don't need to go into detail why that is, but just sort of like, what is, if you think about sort of like having compassion to yourself, how do you feel? Like, what is in the way? There's a lot of fear. Okay. Fear of what specifically? Like, of being a bad person and not deserving compassion? And like, maybe like, if you excuse your mistakes, you're gonna turn into them? Or is it more like, if somebody else sees that or notices it, then they're gonna punish me extra? Or like, what is the narrative around that fear? Abandonment. Okay, so that if you have compassion for yourself, that if others see that, you're going to be abandoned by them. Mm, why will they abandon you? Like, will they think you're weak and that's why, or will they think you're a bad human? Like, what is the narrative there? Because they will think I'm pathetic and don't deserve them. Mm-hmm. Are you able to be compassionate to yourself when nobody is around? So you also relate to that feeling, Billy Blee? And actually sort of feel the same in that way with Astalarin? It will give me so much stress. Okay. Do you know where that stress is coming from? Is it stress that somebody's gonna find out? Is it stress that... Are you okay? Okay. Wait, what? Ah, okay. I thought you just said, like, yeah, it was only the chair. I was standing on it. I was like, wait, that's... yeah. So that's not standing on it was important. I think the emotional neglect, jeez, is here also a big influence. I feel like... So I guess what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to get here is, I feel like if we really understand what the narrative is, so if we really understand where which emotions are being triggered, that we can like find a way for you to have compassion to yourself in a way where it doesn't trigger any of these stressors. Because you can have compassion. So, for example, if it's because of other people will find out, you could, for example, have compassion only when others aren't around. If but when that is also still inducing stress because others might find out, maybe you can give yourself compassion in a way where you feel like that's less of an option of them finding out. Or maybe you can give yourself compassion in a way where it's not, I don't know, not officially seen as compassion or something. Or maybe there is something you can do for yourself to lower the chances of like people finding out. So essentially the idea with that, and I think you're already like with me on that, is, but just to clarify, is that we essentially try to avoid any trigger topics. But we find a way to start. We find like the easiest way to start. And that's again based on what I said before, right? With like the pathways, and if you train them, they get like wider and wider and wider, and they get easier to like they're easier triggered. Because if we find any type of way to start, even if it's like teeny tiny, the more you go that way, the more it's going to be easier for you actually to like show yourself compassion sort of related to that, but like just like to sort of make that pathway like wider and wider and wider. So that's the idea behind this. Have you explored something like this with your therapist? And how you can find this like the teeny tiniest way, which is probably like the least conflicting with any of your past beliefs and like the least inducing of stress. I feel like this could be like, so this is only like a hypothesis from me, right? Because I don't know you that well. Like, we only talk since a couple of days, right? Like, we had a few really good talks. I do think I know you better than a lot of other people, but it's like not like I can like be are on any type of equivalent stage like your therapist or anything, right? So definitely like follow the professional here. Okay, this is only an idea. But I feel like healing requires compassion. So I feel like building the compassion pathway maybe makes it easier to then do other things for yourself, which will help you to get over all of it from the past. Or just because it's really like we can't really, like, we will never be at the point where it didn't happen, right? Because it did happen. Like, that's reality. Like, it happened, which sucks really, really much. But do not frail, because we're so resilient as a species. We actually can still have a great life even if it happened, because we can get to a point where we actually like sort of are like this. Like, I think it's a Chinese tradition. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bilibli. But this thing of like, if a vase breaks and you like fix it up with like gold. So yeah, that's like a really, really like, it sort of comes from the Asian space. I don't know where specifically, but it's like if you break like a really fancy vase, you like put it back together, and like where, like everywhere it broke, you put like gold. And I feel like that's a really beautiful representation on how you can heal from trauma. Because you won't be the unbroken vase. But also, whatever broke you doesn't need to make you ugly or worse, you know? Like, it doesn't need to be something which is holding you back. It doesn't need to be something where it's, I don't know, it's like, yes, it's never gonna be the same, but it doesn't need to be bad. And so, yeah, but doing that, I guess, and overcoming any type of trauma, whatever, to this point of like really getting where you're like, you've gone through that, but you healed in a way where it's still with you. You have still lived through that, but it's like, it's not making your life worse. You have a great life, and you took it and I don't know, like made something with it, like incorporated in any way in within you, like however you like that, you know? And yeah, but getting there, I think the biggest part of how you heal trauma is actually compassion. Because yeah, you're never going to be the unbroken vase. And if you don't want to use that gold and glue to fix that up and actually go through the effort of like holding this like broken vase together, because you're like, oh, I don't want to be broken. It's like you're wishing for a reality which doesn't exist anymore at this point. And that's the part where you like grieve the life you would like to have had. And then you come out of it with the life you didn't plan, but actually sounds like really fucking great now. And might even sound better than the life you had planned before. And So yeah, essentially, like I think compassion is really important, and I feel like maybe if you unlock that ability to have compassion for yourself, you will be able to progress faster in with like anything else you want to do, because you're not afraid to heal. You're not afraid to you're not afraid of what they did to you anymore. In a weird way. Yeah. So I hope you know how I mean that, Estelarian. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. You're a survivor, not a victim. Like there's qualities in surviving something like this. Like if we, for example, if we look at the victim, we don't like words like resilience doesn't really come to our mind. If we look at a survivor, words like resilience do come to mind. And that's exactly the difference. Like some people like never fix themselves because of the shame they feel and the grief they feel because they have been broken. You can still be a fucking pretty amazing, beautiful, unique vase after you have been broken. Just, like don't try to fix it with shit like addictions, but fix it with like gold, like wisdom and emotional regulation skills and emotional insights and any type of like life wisdom. And then then your value is actually quite a lot higher than like normal vases because you have gold in you. So I'm just saying, like like there might be like other vases which have the same gold but like painted onto them, but you're still like, there's also vases which don't have any gold, and then like if you want to go into that comparison statement, like it's not a thing like why you should do this, but if you need that argument, it also fits the metaphor. I don't think it's a good argument, but sometimes we need shitty arguments to do the right thing. And that's fine. And I love how Ariel Night Guy was instantly like, oh yeah, I've heard that one, that's good. I love that. The excitement over the vase metaphor. I'm glad that somebody else was as excited as me about the metaphor. Yeah. And you're not a victim. You're a survivor. You freaking made it. Like with what did you say? With like 18, you like moved out of your house and were like homeless. And like still did it, Like there's oh well, kicked out. Well, for better or for worse, I guess. Like maybe that was a good thing. But yeah, it's like you have a lot of qualities other people might not, And like you can argue how good these qualities are, but like the paycheck stopped, so I was homeless. Oh jeez. Yeah. It's like it would have been better to learn all of these things in a positive manner, but you learned them to survive. And it's not a thing they did to you. It's a thing you did. You learned a lot of skills to survive, to keep yourself as safe as possible, and to make it through. And I think you can be proud on that. Yeah. And you know, this is a skill which, like, sometimes really these skills we learn from situations like these are skills which are hard learned things. And where we later on can maybe even support a friend or help somebody around us to deal with something because nothing shocks us anymore. We're like actually we're the most comfortable in like high stress situations. um like I don't know, you know, like my hyper awareness like from back then is like now I see certain things coming. And like sometimes it's like too hyper aware, but it's still a skill where it's like, you know, you need to use it to balance, but it's like it's not bad inherently. Like I have like a pretty good judge of character. Like I'm like this never ending loyalty to my dad, but thankfully it ended now. But this like never ending loyalty back then and this idealism to I just need to get better with communication and then everything is going to work out. Like I'm like pretty good in communication now. Like it's not something where I'm going to thank my dad for it, like hell no. But I learned it to survive and I sort of made it into a useful skill now. Um I had to adjust it, sure, but not everything we learn from back then needs to be inherently negative. Like sometimes we just need to balance certain things out, and then we actually have a skill some other people lack. You know, like not everything needs to be like a bad skill, really. I don't know, like being really aware to hostility, for example, or something like this can really help us to keep a community intact, to help communicate stuff other people don't recognize yet or aren't able to like articulate already. And I don't know, like, yeah, the teacher was shit, but it's not also, they didn't really teach us that. It's more like we taught that to ourselves. So it's like, well, the teacher was probably still shit because we were kids. So, but yeah, it's still like something we learned. Like we learned a bunch of things, bunch of useless skills, a bunch of skills we can make into useful skills. Like we just, I guess, need to learn how to make it work, really. How to adapt to this new life in a way where we're happy with it, you know? And it's not easy, but if we challenge that and if we get through that, we also learn new skills by doing that, right? Like me challenging that in therapy and all of that, I learned a bunch of new skills. Um, so yeah. Doesn't need to be something bad. Welcome back, Fluffy. How you doing? Yeah. I mean, maybe a good thing you have as well um is, or like you can relate to, is that because you're so sensitive and so sensitive towards like hostility or manipulation or anything negative like that, any like red flags, um or like how, like if you are this, it can actually be like a really positive thing for any type of relationship, because it can make your relationship really close and really intense, because you are aware when there's anything up. It can make you a really amazing caretaker of other people, because they don't even need to say that anything is wrong, but you already know. And so it's like, I don't know, like it can of course also be something bad, right? Like it can give you social anxiety, or just make you scared of like anything. But if it's like balanced out a bit, it can really serve you in positive ways. I'm done with this day. I just got a new task, like I don't have enough already. But yeah, let's break some systems. The task is to create overflows. What? Nice. I mean, that should be sort of easy, right? Surely. I'm really glad you have a dog. Oh, I really also want a dog at some point. But I just feel like I'm. I don't know. I don't feel like I have the time at the moment. I don't know. It's just. I don't know. It's a thing I definitely want to do. And I don't want to wait too late. But I also enjoy the time right now where I don't have a creature depend on me. I do have to say that. Like I enjoy that I can like do the stream, be like 6.5 hours here, and there's like no like tiny dog like being bored out of their goddamn mind because of me, you know? So I guess that's like the, yeah. But I can't wait for the day. Wow. When we make that happen. Won't take that long, but it's another task. I understand. Annoying. Yes, but it also makes me overwhelmed because I want to do too much. Like trying to fix everything for them. Yeah, that's the other thing. Sometimes we can be a little bit overbearing because we see the clouds already in the distance, sort of coming. And that's fine too. And that's also something we need to learn, that it's like it's a different person's life. If they don't want help, there's nothing we can do. We're not gonna be the person who gives like unsolicited advice. We just, it's actually also important though to talk about how it influences us. Because I feel like sometimes we don't really see that part, right? But it's also hard to see someone suffer if they don't do anything about it. It can be really hard for a friend. And that's also something we can voice. Like we can voice that we are concerned for them and we worry for them. And even even share that we can't watch them do XYZ or whatever. Because we just get too concerned or worried or worked up in it. But yeah. It's a task where boundaries are really important, and for other people, they can, I guess, function better if, with worse boundaries, while we can't. At the same time, having good boundaries is a useful skill. My friends do that to me when I have a really bad day, but they don't understand what bipolar is, and thus to someone. Well, I think it's still fine though. Like, I'd rather have a friend just tell me, like, oh, they can't handle this right now, and then, like, go. Than staying and, I don't know, like, getting, like, really, really hurt and worked up in this. And then, I don't know, it impacting, like, actual, like, our friendship and stuff like this. But it can also be something where we really want people to stay. So for me, for example, when I'm sick, I want my husband to not sort of like stay away from me, because that's, yeah, I just don't handle that very well from back then. And it's that's like my wish, right? Like, he wouldn't need to do that. He also doesn't need to be together with me. So like, that's the other consequence, sort of, right? Bipolar disorder, is there such a condition? Yeah. Look it up. Just Google. It's there's a lot of conditions. If you look up the DSM-5, that's the official Western world's well, the book of definitions of mental disorders right now. So if you want any more information on whatever, that's the place to get it from. Or that's a place for official information about this. Hmm. Oh well, like, you can say that's not how they can help you in that moment. Just let them know how they can help you and what doesn't help you. Like, I don't know, like, some people who like haven't been in these situations are like naturally like really bad at giving like emotional support in these situations, right? Because they're like, what do I fucking do? Like, I can't relate to that person. I don't know what they need. But if you tell them, then it might be easier to just be there for you. You're ill and your husband is looking after you. Isn't that only to be expected? I mean, sure, but like, you can look after somebody in a way where you try to stay distanced, right? And like, oh, you're sick. Like, I'm not gonna like hug you or anything. Like, I'm like give you the like cup of tea like this, sort of, right? Or why you just like sort of like don't mind if you get sick as well. To me, it's like really important to still have like a really close connection, even if that means he gets sick too. Because yeah, I don't get ill a lot. If I get ill, I don't know. That's just, yeah, from back then. I a lot of the time feel like really lonely and isolated, or like I easily feel really lonely and isolated when people like take more distance from me, and like I'm not worth it or something like this. So it's just something where, well, I told him that's what I need. He said like, "Yo, sure, no problem." So that's how we handle that. So it's like everybody has different needs. I do tell them, but I also think they just forget. So it gets to the broken record idea. I mean, if that's really important to you, and you feel like they don't remember, but it's like still really important to you, it's fair to ask them to put any type of system in place so that they do remember. Like there are certain priorities to stuff, right? And you can always ask friends if there's a better compromise to be found. You know. Yeah, it's fluffy. Yeah. It's really important to know what the people around us need and what we need from them too. So we are at 6.5 hours now. I notice a little bit that my headache is getting worse right now. I think I didn't drink much enough. Um, so I would look towards ending the stream. This doesn't mean in the next like 5 minutes or something, right? But let's just sort of like say everything we want to say so that we can like end this on a note where everybody is happy. But then I go back to what I said before, like saying no, I just can't. It makes me so scared. I just give up to keep my peace. Do you keep your peace though? Okay. Well, I feel like it's really okay. I guess that's one. Yeah, I don't know. The fear of abandonment is so high, I will make myself go mad. I see you're struggling with this. I get it. That's why I'm sort of like, I'm thinking about what I can, so, so the thing I'm thinking here is that, especially with people who have had very different lives than you, right? For example, didn't have childhood trauma and stuff like this. It can be very hard for them to anticipate what you need, and anticipate, like, sort of see how important something is to you. And especially for people who then have been sort of like punished for having boundaries, or who are like really bad at boundaries. It can be like really hard to speak up and really hard to actually show emotion about their boundaries. But the thing is, just because of how communication works, right? Just words is for most people not really doing it. Like, they interpret your words also with the emotions you show with them. This is a really seriously annoying thing, especially for like, I've had like run-ins with this a lot, because it's like, it's a really common autistic trait, to be like, yeah, not really like that good with emotions and like showing emotions and stuff. And it can be like really hard for people to actually understand what I'm saying. So if I then try to tell them boundaries, essentially they don't properly understand, because there's no emotions I show with this. To me, this is like saying anything is already like dead serious, but not showing like any emotions. Like, they just assume like, yeah, normal people like cry when it really hurts, you know? And then like, I don't, and then it's like, okay, then it can't be that bad. Sort of that sort of idea. This can be the case a lot of the times with traumatized people, because that, like, I don't like, we're just different. I don't know. Yeah, it can be, it can just as well be a trauma symptom. It doesn't have to do with autism. It doesn't need to have to do with autism. So what I'm essentially saying is that this is a thing where we need to put like extra effort in to sort of clear up misunderstandings. So this doesn't, and we then see it as like, oh, they like saw what I said, but they're not doing it. Like, they don't care. So I can't ask again. Like, they don't care about me. They might just think it's something like, oh yeah, like, would be good if you do it, but like, don't worry if you don't, ha ha ha, you know. And then they just like sort of forget, because it's like, okay, apparently like not really important, whatever. But like, they don't want to hurt us. Like, if they were to know the emotional implications that behavior has, they would change, because they love us and they don't want us to go through with that. But they just literally like don't know. And because they haven't been in that situation, they can't relate to that feeling. Like, they are not hyper aware of that. They just are like, I guess, like normally balanced. And it's something where just, you know, like, explaining that again and again and again, just like in the level of depth necessary for them to actually be like, okay, I see, you know, doesn't mean they, I don't know, they need to, like, they're bothered by it. It just means that communication with them is something where we need to realize we don't talk to a person who's like hypersensitive about emotions and who has gone through that. And if we sort of say like, oh, we're traumatized, and that instantly knows everything which has to do with that. And that's just why, yeah, it takes a bit more effort to really, like, I don't know, like, make sure they actually understand, you know? Just be aware of, like, how we say these things without being, like, emotional or whatever. But just, like, really telling them, like, yeah, like, I know I'm, like, saying this, like, really, like, logical right now, but to me, it actually would be important that this never happens again. Because, like, to me, this is, like, a really, really tough situation. And so I need to have, like, a better solution with this, you know? And it's, like, fine, you know? Like, it doesn't need to be, like, it's not anyone's mistake in that moment. It's, like, it's not your mistake that you, like, weren't understood. It's not, like, their mistake that they didn't understand. But it's just of, like, I don't know, like, we just need to, like, somebody in that communication needs to make sure that communication works. And if we are the person and the party aware that the communication didn't work, we sort of have, like, low-key, like, a responsibility to say that and show that. Because we need to give them the chance of being able to be good friends, right? And just, I don't know, like, let them know. Let them properly know and make sure they understood what we meant and what we were trying to say. And just, yeah, clear up that misunderstanding. And I think most people actually really appreciate that. Most people really appreciate if you tell them what you like and what you don't like right away. Because the funny thing is, even if we look at, like, parents and parenting styles, it's not even too important what's, like, right and wrong and what gets punished and what doesn't get punished. The most important thing, actually, for a child to feel safe is stability. We don't even need the rules to make sense. We need rules. We just need a pattern we can follow. And, like, if we know how we are loved by our parents and if we know what we're not allowed to do, then kids are probably gonna be fine. And it really does matter if they're, like, never allowed to talk about the, like, pink elephant. Or, like, if, you know, it really doesn't matter. But it's the stability. And knowing what is good and knowing what is bad, sort of. And so in order for our friends to be able also to feel safe with us, right? Because it's also, like, to me, for example, it's important that you guys tell me when I do something wrong, right? Or when I hurt you. Because if you don't tell me, I can't know. Like, I can't say anything to tell you, oh, that's not how I meant it. Like, I can't clear up any misunderstanding if I don't know there hasn't been, like, there has been a misunderstanding. I can only fix what I know of. Like, I can only take responsibility for mistakes I know of. If people pretend like I don't make mistakes, I can't show accountability. And so, in essence, you will never know if I'm a safe space if you never test, actually, how I handle when I made a mistake. So, yeah, it can, like, it helps. It helps your friends too. And I think most people will be thankful to be told when they did something wrong, or how they should, like how they need to treat you so that you feel safe, that you feel heard, and that they are good friends. Like, I need to know how I can be a good wife to Zach, and Zach needs to know how he can be a good husband to me. Because, I don't know, like, I feel like we're a little bit like kids like that with our social circle. We just want to do good. Like, we just don't want to disappoint. Like, we want people to be happy. We want to be happy ourselves. We want harmony. We don't want anybody to hurt, And I mean, sometimes with some people that's obstructed by trauma and stuff like this, and it's fine, But if we want a relationship with a person which has a safe and stable attachment style, we need to know how to overcome boundary issues. Because crossing boundaries doesn't need to be a really big thing. And the thing is, the people who made it a big thing are abusers. Like, a person who's really, really upset about you having a boundary, that's like upset and not like explaining how, like, I don't know, like I don't know, because sometimes we can be like really stupid with voicing boundaries, right? And then we just blame that person. And then it's sort of that there's a bigger miscommunication in that communication then too. But yeah, like the people who profit from us not having boundaries are abusers, not good friends. Good friends actually don't profit from us not having boundaries, but they can get actually overbearing and anxious around us if we don't have boundaries, because they don't know when they do something wrong, right? Because you won't tell them. Like, you will just not call anymore, or see them less, or say no the next time, or be quietly resentful, or look more stressed or something. Or maybe don't come to their birthday anymore, or maybe break off contact. Like, they know that it's like it's really hard to handle a person which is not voicing boundaries, because you do have them, you just don't say them. So it's like, I can't resolve the issue now. Like, there's no place to resolve it, but the issue is still there. Like, the issue is there, like, if you were to tell, but there's no way to actually move forward from it. There's no way to actually resolve this. So yeah, that's the how that all, I guess, connects. Love the time here, but now I have to go. Thank you so much. And yeah, quick info. I don't know if you've already seen it on Discord, but my stream on Monday is cancelled because my husband has his birthday this weekend. And actually today evening already, like, the first friend is coming and they stay till Tuesday. So the stream on Monday is cancelled. Why is none of this like see-through? This was supposed to be, well, anyways. Anyways, so yeah, the stream on Monday is cancelled. But the stream on Thursday is gonna be just like normal on time. So I hope to see you there again, Ariel Night Sky. Thank you so much for your lovely words, and I'm really glad you enjoyed it here. And if you want to like rewatch the VOD or any other VODs, there is the link to my YouTube channel to the playlist with all of the VODs below my stream. So, see you! And thank you so much for being here. I only understand half of it. It's too difficult. Perhaps it's not something I've experienced firsthand. Maybe. Like, that can be the case, right? But also, I do gotta say, like, the language barrier probably between us. Like, I don't know, like, how good your English really is. Because, like, your writing is, like, there's some grammar mistakes where you're like, okay, like, unsure what this sentence, like, now means sometimes. But apart from that, like, you're really good. I just sometimes like I do think there's like we have like a bit more complications to understand each other because of the language barrier. But I think you're doing amazing, and your English is like honestly pretty good. What a stroke of luck to have stumbled upon your channel. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. So I'd hope to see you then again. See you all. See you. Bye. So, yeah, like stating a boundary doesn't need to be a conflict. It's essentially all I'm saying. Like, it doesn't need to be a conflict point at all. Oh no, what is. Okay, wait. What is that? Wait. Ah! Chinese is my native language, and I still need to deepen my learning. Oh my god. Dude, that actually, like, Google Translator is kind of good, gotta say. I didn't expect it to work that well, honestly. I was like, this is probably gonna be like, I don't know, not gonna make much sense, but this actually makes like fair sense. Okay, wait. Go and get some rest, thank you. You're going and get some rest? Is that what you mean? Because that here, the translation is not clear, sadly. So I do need your English assistance. Okay. I think Billably is going to get some rest. FPS. Boom. What's going on, guys? Oh, we're actually at the ending of the stream. We have been talking about a lot of different topics, about sleep, dreams, D&D, childhood trauma, boundaries. So, about a lot of things, yeah. But yeah, since we've been like live for 7 hours, like now is sort of the time where I really need to eat something and drink something too. Getting a little bit of headache, sadly. Or like, well, I always have headache, but I'm getting more headache right now. Yeah. So really sorry. You're sadly late to the party. But how are you doing? Is there anything we can sort of like, I don't know, like we can assist you with more quickly? Otherwise, hopefully you have time next week to talk about anything in more detail. Oh, oh my god! Thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the support. So, no stress. Have a great evening. Okay, just FYI though, because I do know that you see that here, but next Monday, the stream is actually gonna be cancelled because my husband has his birthday this weekend and our guests will still be there. So the next stream where you can catch me is on Thursday next week. And it's 12 o'clock CET or what does it say, like 11 UTC or 6 a.m. ET. That's where the stream starts. And we don't have a stream this long usually. But yeah, like we usually end around like 5 or something. For me 5. So 17 CET and then 16 UTC. And yes, something ET. If you're around, you will jump in. I'm glad. I would love to get to know you. So what we will do though, still, because I did say like we're like at the end of the stream and we are, but we do have sort of like an end of stream ritual, which is a little bit longer. So if you do want to take part in that, you're welcome to. Our end of stream ritual is, what is that? Wait, what is happening? Treasure train? Okay. What is that? What is a treasure train? Why is there a coin? Oh, lol. Okay, crazy. Yeah, well. Anyways, so that's new. I've never had that one before. That's interesting from Twitch. So the end of stream ritual we do is we do stretching. Hype train. Yeah, that's a thing though. It's not a hype train. It's a treasure train. It's apparently giving like discounts for gift subs or something. But yeah, sadly only for gift subs, not for like normal subs. But like, I don't know. So like if anybody wants to sub, I guess you can like do like a 1-for-1 with somebody else in chat or whatever. But yeah. So the end of stream ritual we do is we stretch. We do belly breathing, which is sort of like a stress management, anxiety exercise. And then we do All Stars, which is essentially just sort of like a recap on the stream of your like favorite moments in stream and what you really loved and appreciated about the stream, or like anybody's message or something like this. So should we start with belly breathing or should we start with stretching? You need to run before the dog abuse in your house. Okay, you go outside real quick. And we'll just start with stretching. So, a amazing exercise for when you sit long at the PC and you didn't stand up and you just, I don't know, you maybe have lower back issues or back issues in general, maybe neck issues, doesn't even matter, but just if you've been sitting longer at your PC, what really helps to sort of like mobilize your lower back again is to like let you like sit on the front part of your chair, just do your legs in sort of like a 90-degree angle. And let your arms hang towards the floor. And now just sort of like reach in the direction of the floor. Not like far. Don't do it to a point where like it hurts or anything, right? But just like in the direction and hold it a little bit. Because sort of this like, I guess, well, it's not a wiggling motion, right? But this motion is bringing back some mobility to our vertebrae, lower back vertebrae. And you actually can instantly notice that if you do the stretch where you like touch your toes. I will do that later too. Before you do it, and if you've been sitting like long at the PC, you like do that once, try to reach as far as you can, and then you do this exercise for like, I don't know, just like a minute, I don't know, like 2, just to the point where you feel like, okay, there's been like some, it's been like warming up, there's been some blood flow, and I don't know, where you feel like it's, I don't know, getting better, I guess. But a minute or 2 should absolutely be enough. And then you do that again, try to touch your toes, and you're probably able to get way lower than before. And that's just because of the mobility you get through this exercise. Do you like mushrooms, Great? Well, I do like the taste, but not the texture. It's a really weird thing. I hate this like weird, like wishy texture, like ugh. But the flavor I really like it. So, then just like let's stretch our arms. Our neck. With any neck stretches though, like with this one, you like sort of like touch your ear and just like bend to the side. You can either put your hand here, you can put your hand behind your back, or you can sit on your hand. That's also a possibility. There's like a lot of different variants. With all of them, most important thing is really to just don't really pull, but just have your hand rest on your head. Get that light stretch, but don't stretch to a point where it hurts. It's your neck. It's still like a sensitive area. This one is you like really, you make your back straight, so you don't make a round back, but you put your head to the front and stretch. The stretch should be, you should be able to feel it in your neck and your upper back, but not like, wait, where do you feel this? I don't know, not in your entire back. Then you can do like 45-degree angle to the front. You should like stretch your muscles here. These ones are the ones which are commonly sort of the problem kids of getting headache at the PC, or like headache related to the PC. You can also, if you're in this position, like 45 degrees and like looking down, you can also make your head like face to the side. That's giving a little bit of an extra stretch. And then you like touch your ear here again. Thank you, Strude. We're actually right now in the part where we just stretch, do belly breathing, and then we do all styles, and then the stream is over. I can't make my back straight. I'm homosexual. Jeez. And now the stretch where we touch our toes. All right. What you can do as well, if you sort of like you already should feel way more like blood flow going in your body. If you feel like doing that, or if you notice like it's missing somewhere, just sort of like shaking your arms, shaking your legs, and really just shaking every part of your body can like really help to just get your blood going everywhere. Okay. So, and now we do the belly breathing. So this is a anxiety exercise and a stress management exercise. You just sit on your chair. You put one hand on your belly. You put one hand on your chest. It's called belly breathing or how is it called? Like belly breathing, stomach breathing, or Jesus Christ, I forgot. Well, doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Anyway, one hand on your chest, one hand on your belly. It's a breathing exercise which just helps to, let's say, make your voice deep. I have no idea. I never did it for the purpose of making my voice deep. But this is a stress reducing exercise. It's a like a really good exercise if you have anxiety, to calm yourself down, to regulate any emotions. It's even a good exercise if you feel like really tilted from league, to just sort of calm down, and or if you've been feeling like out of your body, to like get connected with your body again. So you can just close your eyes if you want to. The point of this exercise is that you don't breathe in and you like lift your chest and breathe in your entire chest, but then you breathe into your belly if you can. So you really like push out your belly and like breathe low. And the hand on your chest is actually to really try to focus on not lifting your chest and try to like maintain the awareness of your chest not lifting while like breathing, but really try to awarely, actively only breathe in your stomach. Um, and then you breathe in and have a long, like deep breathe in as long as you can. Hold the breath a few seconds, just as long as feels comfortable. And when you breathe out, you give like a little bit of resistance with your lips. Sort of like you can either like push them together or just have them laying on top of each other. You can also like do this thing where you're like sort of like this. It really sort of depends on how you feel in that moment. If you do like a faster breath out, it will probably make you like sort of like lower your shoulders as well. And it can be good for the beginning. I really like that for the beginning. To really calm down, breathing in a certain time, but then breathing out longer than breathing in can really, really help to really get calm. But sometimes it can, yeah, it can be a good thing to, in the beginning, just do like. If you do this exercise in a moment where you really, really feel anxious and you really want to calm down, you can count your breaths. And every time you are unsure about which number you are at or about how many breaths you have counted already, you just start from 0 again and you just try to get to 10. But yeah, every time your mind just travels and you sort of lose count, you just start from 0 again and you try to go to 10. That way, you only finish when you're really relaxed. Oh, well, not really relaxed, but at a point where your mind got a little bit of a breather. Yeah, send me that song. Do so. So that was belly breathing. I hope you're more in touch with your body right now. Maybe you notice that you're quite thirsty. I need to drink some water. Maybe you notice that your butt hurts because you've been sitting for so long at the PC and then you should actually take a walk outside, or maybe do some yoga or some exercise or just something else. Maybe you notice that the air smells like crap in your room and you should air out your room. Maybe that you have slight headache, you should drink something and air out your room. Maybe that you're hungry, should actually give your body some nutrients. But really try to check in with your body, what it needs right now. I think I'm still going to do some stretches after the stream. And then the last thing we now do before the stream is ending is All Stars. So, whoever is still here, what was your favorite moment of the stream today? What did you enjoy most? Or what was most important to you? Not so hasty. I see. Yeah. Oh, but yeah. Today, as I said, it's sort of in Discord. I try to make it a really long stream, so we have like enough time for everything to be talked about, so that like nothing is going bad until next week Thursday. Everybody can wait. Everybody is happy, and it's gonna like good to go. That's a wild first message to a mental health stream, especially. Not really a moment, but I really love the vibe in here. I'm glad. Thank you, a real nice guy. That's a really nice compliment. I appreciate it. You could need that right now? I mean, maybe a spy is gonna it's gonna pay you 20 cheeseburgers if you make a video of it for them. Who knows? 20 cheeseburgers. Oh my god. um My favorite moment is a sub asking about how they never gotten ads in a while. Oh, just a running gag from Pyro. How Pyro's just like keeping that going from like Ellie back then. Like he loves that joke, honestly. He's living for that moment still. I really think it's funny too. mm. Hmm. Me? Yeah. Never Meow Alone just said how she loved the joke you made about like, oh, why do I have ads? I didn't have ads in a while. I think it's one of the favorite running gags of the stream right now. For me, it's really a hard decision, honestly. So mental health, eh? Explain why I commit to social isolation. Why do I have to? Is this sort of like a test to see if I'm competent? So I feel like what was my favorite moment? I really appreciated how El Folhorst still shared about his experience today. Because I think it was really brave. I also really appreciated how Esther Larin just, I don't know, I feel like really went in depth today. And told us so much about his experience. Or their experience, I'm not sure if I know. I also really enjoyed to hear about the Chinese experience and Chinese culture. But I think honestly the most I feel like the best talk, or the talk I enjoyed most today, was really about boundaries. Like, I really like that part. And I don't know, I think I just really enjoyed it because it's a thing which is like really close to my heart. Because it's a thing I like really had to learn myself too. That, yeah, like boundaries and stating your boundaries doesn't need to be a conflict. And with, I don't know, with the best people, it really isn't. And I don't know, so I think it was really a really valuable talk. And also connected with oh my god, the metaphor. I still love the metaphor with with this like with the broken vase and like fixing it up with gold. I love how, I don't know, how excited I was, and then a real nice guy was like, "Oh my god, yeah, I know that." Like I feel like that was such a, like, it was a really important topic and a really serious topic, but I really loved how there was this like tiny moment where we just, I guess, like shared this like excitement about having found this like really amazing metaphor. And I don't know, like that like really I don't know, like I really like these things because I'm just like really nerdy, and I feel like finding a good metaphor is giving me, I don't know, it's like really just this neurodivergent happiness. when like the things just align perfectly. You know. So yeah, the like vase and gold metaphor, like that's a thing I will like keep in my head. Like that's like I don't know, like when I came up with it, I was like, oh yes, this is genius. So yeah, that's gonna stay with me for sure. Um, but yeah, today were like many really, really nice talks. So it's like really hard to pick. I feel like it's, but yeah, honestly, like in general, I'm just really like Estelari. Like honestly, I appreciate so much how much you shared today, and I think you can be really proud of yourself for that too. Like we were talking about so many different topics today, and that's just I don't know. Thought it was really amazing how you were so vulnerable. Yeah. So, and I think it was really, really important topics as well. So I feel like, I don't know, like maybe we too were like I guess like the sort of in the talk, but I feel like because the topics were more of like broad, big topics, um, it probably helped like a lot of people in that moment to just have that spoken about, you know. Um, and I don't know, I really feel like I don't know, I felt really, really close to you all today. And a special thing actually for me personally, um, was also how we moved past this. Like we had like this tiny moment in midsection um, where we were, I guess, like how do I say that? Where the safety of this space was a little bit in question, maybe, or like a little bit disturbed, because we had like some miscommunications, and I personally I feel like to me it's really like special, and I think it's amazing how we moved past that and how we were able to resolve that, how we were able to still have space for vulnerability, and how yeah, we showed like resilience with that. Like it was something where I don't know, it takes trust to figure that out, you know, like talk something out, clear up misunderstanding. Like it needs trust to believe in the misunderstanding of that part, you know, and to I guess it takes trust from you all in me to sort of like keep this a safe space and like find a solution. And so that we were able to move past this and that we still had like all of this sharing and all of these vulnerable topics. um I don't know, like I feel really honored that you did trust me, and um yeah, I'm really glad about how the stream turned out, and I thought all the topics were amazing and awesome to talk about. So yeah. Yeah, so not really like, well, I guess I sort of like failed with all stars because I just gave, well, did I fail? I just gave all stars. I have for everything on everything. So, yeah. So I guess like this, like more of like a very specific tiny highlight was the ways and gold metaphor, and then in a broader sense, just I don't know how awesome like all of the topics we had today. Like the talks we had today were amazing. And yeah, I really liked it. So, oh, that's so sweet of you to say. That's honestly like I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna cry. This is gonna be fine. Like this is this is fine. I'm fine. I don't need to cry. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. I'm really glad I'm able to do that. I'm really glad that you feel safe here. So I'm just really glad. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I think, I don't know, like, I feel like feedback like this is really important to me, right? Because just because of like what we talk about, right? Like not every talk of ours are gonna end with like happy willy-nilly the happy end rainbow butterflies and unicorns, you know? Like a lot of talks we have are not gonna end in a solution. Like not a solution which is like offered on that like silver platter of like, yeah, you just need to like I don't know, like buy a trench coat for $89 and then like all your life problems are gonna be fixed. But just because of the like how mental health is, right? It's like a lot of the topics are like the positive feedback on this and if something helped or not is harder to see sometimes. So I really, really appreciate if you're telling me that this is like good and that you feel safe here and all of this, you know, because it shows me that even though there's not like this wonder and like just instantaneous healing, that this is a good thing, you know, and this is helping. I won't be selling those cards then and be rich and share it with you. Yeah, bro. I think like everybody would wear that. Like we wouldn't have like a fashion walk because everybody would be wearing the same trench coat. But yeah. I just said trench coat, and I don't know if anybody realized, but it was sort of like a reference to these comical illustrations of like three kids in a trench coat. And like, if we all have trench coats, we can pretend that our mental health is fine. Because then we're like three kids in a trench coat and nobody's seeing that we're kids. But like, then we can pretend we're like the perfect adults. So just putting that out there for like people to appreciate the irony. But yeah. Don't look at me so weird. Oh. I'm way too intense. Yeah,
joining the stream.
yeah,
Should I go into the other room and
yeah.
join
It's
the
like
stream?
I don't know. Like imagine like 6 people sitting there, like you, like looking at me like this. Like so much expectation.
Okay, that's fair. I'll see you later.
Online mutual support group. Yeah. I mean, this is essentially the community we have here, right? Like, yeah, like we try and help each other as like the best we can, and I guess, yeah, like hopefully fix some of the holes in our systems where people fall through with their mental health. And I am the leader. Well, I guess. Well, even though I am the leader, or maybe the leader, this safe space is only as safe as you guys are. So I really appreciate everybody here to take part in this and trust in the capabilities of clearing up miscommunication, but also helping to clear up any miscommunication and being open to clear up miscommunication, because that's a big part of being a safe space, right? Leider, is a difference in Dutch. Oh, yeah, yeah. No. We mean the normal English leader in, well, in yeah, the one who leads. Yeah. Jeez. Hopefully not the other one. Hopefully never. Like I really do try to keep my mental health good so that I can support you all, right? Yeah. But with that, I would say goodbye to you all for today, and then we see each other next week on Thursday. Because again, just for everybody who's here, Monday is cancelled. I can't on Monday. We will have guests over still, so I can't be like 8 hours just opting out of that. But we will see each other on Thursday again. Until then, like I'm gonna be on the Discord, right? I will gonna like on the Discord just have some like check-ins, how everybody's doing, what everybody is doing. So if you want to take part in these, you're welcome to. You're invited to. Like, please do. And yeah, I'm gonna try to actually already now, like after the stream, instantly start the upload of this to YouTube. So if you want to rewatch this VOD or watch any other of our VODs we had, I have them all on YouTube, and so they're like numerated, enumerated. I don't know. Anyways, they also have the biggest topics of the streams in their title. So if you look for like a specific topic, you might be able to find one. And yeah, get some more, I don't know, support there by just listening to other people talk about their stories. So yeah. Have a great week, everybody. Do something healthy for yourself. And then we're going to see each other the next time. So here's the Discord. Here's the YouTube. And if anybody wants to support me in whatever way, by, for example, buying t-shirts I created, or more so like actually supporting me is more by my digital products. But if anybody's also looking for like Pride or activism merch, they are at a like they're. I try to have my like activism Pride merch as a at like the entire time low price. So yeah, I have like a $2 or something profit from any of these to cover fees, any sort of payment fees. And yeah, apart from that, they're as cheap as possible while being a good product, obviously. But yeah, so if anybody wants to support me, there's also my digital assets now because they're not on Etsy anymore. Yeah. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Sleep well, sleep tight, do something good for yourself, and then see you next week on Thursday. I can't wait. I'm so excited. And I'll hopefully find time soon to start the reading streams. I'm already looking into that. I'm trying to figure out what I integrated in my week, but I haven't found a good solution yet because we had like so many appointments because of the allergy tests and everything. But yeah, I hope we can start soon, and then we'll get into it. Yeah, by the way, if anybody is looking for really good online sources, they can be like on mental health. They can also be on like recipes, books, any other topic. Really, it can also be about education and like free, like really good free education or resources and tools online. Just sort of like a best of the internet. There's a link below stream which leads to my resource list, where I list all of those websites. So if you want to read into any like really interesting studies or want like free education, which is really nice, head over to that resource list. It's really amazing. So yeah. But now really, goodbye everybody. It was a pleasure to have you here. I'm really glad you were. And then see you guys next time.